Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. Today the plan is we are actually going to discuss the Archon Quest. Wishing C6 Nicole. No, not today. If there's gonna be a C6 stream, that has to be announced in advance, typically. But today is not a wish day. Today is a discuss the Archon Quest day, actually. So we are actually gonna pull up the Archon Quest here because there's a lot to talk about. You didn't do it, Reb. What? 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 I spent, what was it? I was up at 10 a.m. yesterday and I finished at 8 p.m. I didn't even have lunch. My gosh. There were no pauses in between. It was just like this special story domain, the entire 2 acts, and I'm like, oh my gosh. A full. I have a live. Okay, I have a live. Look at your on my screen watching 8-hour movie. True. It's like a total 8-hour movie marathon. Kinda crazy. Kinda crazy. But there is a lot to unpack there. There is a ton to unpack there. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up actually, so we can sort of like go back and forth with there is a ton of stuff. Working on it now. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. Let's see if I can have it up here. It's not right. Usually I use. Do I use this one? Or do I use this one? No, I don't think it's lyrics.
法は制約であり道具でもある。しっかりと頭に入れておけ。もし忘れたらもう一回教えてやらなくもない。オイラたちに手紙？どれからだろう。これ、私はこれ。今は師匠についてレンジャーをしながら。
There we are. Let me put this here. I'm working on that side, Josh. Yeah, don't want spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Don't worry. There's no. If you need to not watch because of the spoilers, yeah, make sure you do it first before you tune in. But there's like a lot of there's a lot of brand new reveals for sure, and we'll definitely be talking about like quite a few of them. Okay, I'm trusting that works out. That seems to be working, so I can have that up. But there is a lot to unpack here. First of all, I'm gonna pull up my notepad because that's a few things I wanted to go through here. But we start off with the Archon Quest actually very in a very interesting spot. So I'm gonna put my what was good here, and we'll probably edit this as we go. We start off with the Archon Quest with Kale sort of saying there's like a whole Kale quest. It's almost like side quest thing, where she sort of goes through Sumeru and realizes everybody's like swap places or something, and that was kind of fun, honestly. Like it did feel like the developers wanted a way to connect Kale to the story because Kale was, eventually they're gonna have that big reveal for Kale, so they decided to put her in, all the way at the beginning of the event, of the Archon Quest. And I thought they did a pretty good job, honestly, when they were doing the swapping of places, because it definitely felt like it wasn't just uh, it wasn't just like a trope and it didn't make sense. They actually wrote really good dialogue. From the perspective of, hey, if that character actually were this character, how would they actually react in this situation? We got things like, Tinari kind of being Sino, and then Sino uh, kind of being Setos, and then Setos being Tinari. So that was pretty funny. And you could see like Kale like start to lose her mind after a hit. We had Candice, I think. I think it was Nilu being Candice, and instead of and then Dea being Nilu or something. No, it was Nilu being Dea and Dea being Nilu. So they like sort of swapped places somehow in there. Kabe was Dory, which I thought was funny. And then Dory was Al Haitam, and I think Layla was Kabe in that situation. And then there were a few NPCs who also got swapped, which was pretty interesting. But I think they did do the Archon Quest. They did do the dialogue really well, so it wasn't just like a straight up, they're talking as if they're the character. It's more of like reimagining what it would have been if Nilu was a mercenary, or if Kave was Dory, like what would he say? They still held on to like the character's personality traits. They were just like doing a different thing or doing a different job, right? But they would still do that job in the personality of the original character, which I thought was really cool. And so they were. I think honestly the devs had a bit of fun just like reimagining what this dialogue would have been, between the characters. So that was pretty fun. And of course, all that Kale sort of mission sort of ties into a little bit of, I guess it's a bit of like premonition for what's to come. And we get the Irminsul burning reference pretty early on as well. And I think that was honestly one of the best things. So the I like over here, one of my favorite things about the quest is everybody thought that the Irminsul tree burning was going to be was the Tories doing, and they completely flipped the script on that. I thought that was amazing. It also did feel a bit like a Sumeru reunion, right? They did a little bit of that, kind of following after what it would have been, kind of following what the Mondstadt quest was like. You know how we had the Mondstadt Homecoming? We got a little bit of a Sumeru Homecoming here, where they literally brought in like pretty much the entire Sumeru cast. I don't remember if there was anyone left out. Honestly, I don't think there was anyone left out. Like we had Kale showed up. We had Kale, we had Tinari, we had Dory, right? We had Kave, we got Adohaizen show up. We had, Nilu cameo, in the Kale scene. Deshia, Candice showed up. Who else showed up? We had Sino. Obviously, Sino shows up. Nahida shows up. Obviously, those are like the obvious ones. Were there any? I'm struggling to think. Were there any Sumeru characters that straight up just didn't show up? I don't think so. I think pretty much the entire Sumeru cast was there, which is pretty cool. It was also kind of overwhelming a little bit because the dialogue definitely started to get like, okay, there's just a bunch of dialogue now just because there are way too many characters in the scene right now, and they all kind of need to say something, So we got that, and not only did we get the playable characters, the big one I think was we got Jet and Lilupar, and these two characters I think like they've never been voiced; they've only appeared in the World Quest. And I love that they finally tied the World Quest into the Archon Quest, because it's no longer like an optional quest that that you don't need to know about. Like it now completely ties into the story. Sure, you don't have to know much about, I think, Jet's backstory. The other thing about Jet is that in the World Quest, because I did it all in English, in the World Quest it's not voiced. Like I always thought her name was Jet, but in the Japanese voice, she's actually pronounced Jade, which I think is um, a much more like feminine sounding name, Jade, right? Like Jade. Um, so I thought that was interesting. Like it definitely did not expect that, and also like the voice actress, the VA for Jade, I think was also kind of sounded pretty new and fresh to me. So like I definitely did not expect Jade to sound like that, and then but she did, so that was pretty cool. Lilupar as well coming in. I think the only major thing that you probably needed to know about Lilupar is that she can control the Jinn, and she's like the mistress of the Jinn. She's the one that's kind of responsible for like all the desert sandstorms and stuff. Like, he's power over that, so that's kind of the main thing that you kind of needed to know about Lilupar going into this. Besides the fact that she's obviously a Jinn in the bottle, like a literal, she's a literal trope, the genie in the bottle. Um, but that was cool. It was cool to see them tie Lilupar into the story, in a pretty significant way, honestly. Yeah, with uh, with the review of Kale at the end and the epilogue at the end, that I think they tied that together really well. It is a little sad, I guess, towards the end, but I think it's still a big W that we got both voice Jade and voice Lilupa. Um, Lilupa. And that that really helped. And not only did we get Jade, Lilupar, we even like this is really a Sumeru cast reunion, right? We even got Sorush, the Pari, who was already voiced from a previous event, right? But coming back with some of the Aranaras, Arabalika, Ararikan, our good old Aranara friends, they didn't really do much in the story. They were just kind of there, right? But you could kind of tell that the devs wanted to have a Sumeru reunion a little bit. So that's why she just brought everyone in, which I think is fine, I guess. I'll give them that, whatever, it's fine. And it was just for fun kind of thing, I think. But you could really tell this was meant to be like a Sumeru homecoming. Basically every Sumeru character, I'm pretty sure every Sumeru character that we've ever known basically shows up here. Later we even got Faruzan, right? Faruzan shows up at one point, being the senpai and stuff, like helping with designing some of the technologies things. And not only that, we got some bunch of new characters as well. So we got King Deshret's retainers coming in. So that's Toph, I think his name is Sobek, and Harriesak or something. Can't remember the name of the gold one, but see if I can find it. Yeah, so Tot. We got the Ibis King, the Goat King, and the Sobek, Tot, and Herishak. So it was actually pretty cool, pretty interesting to see them interact. Herishaf is his name, Herishaf. So, and it was funny how like the goat guy basically just said the same thing over and over again. I think in the English it was like naturally or something. In the Japanese he would say like muronda. Muronda. So I thought the interaction between those three was pretty funny. It was meant to be like a bit of a light-hearted tone. Like the three animal retainers were supposed to, be a bit cheeky and bring some sort of humor to the whole thing, which I thought was neat, because certainly like a lot of the characters, like this, they did two of those. So one was the interaction between the three animal retainers. The other was obviously they bring back the Kave Aruhaizen bickering, which I think is the OG Sumeru. If I need comic relief, I bring in the Kave Aruhaizen dynamic, right? So although that one they have been milking for a while, so it was getting a little bit old. But it was nice. It was really nice that we had character development this time around, which is something that you don't really hear about or see about in Genshin. But we did have pretty big character developments here. First of all, obviously, Kale is no longer just a trainee forest ranger, right? She's a full-fledged forest ranger now, as of the end of the epilogue. Kave and Horizon, seemingly are starting to put their differences aside, right? And then we got the 3 animal retainers now. I think they're hanging out in the Temple of Silence these days. There's also the whole. I haven't gotten to like the big crux of the thing, but like we have basically moved leaps and bounds at this point, right? Into oh no, Diluc drowned. Okay, we basically moved like leaps and bounds into endgame, or like into what I guess what I would call like the Tevat endgame, because of what happened in the Archon Quest. The biggest thing that I really love about the originals, like the original the story, just kind of at face value, is the fact that Nahida had like Irminsul locked down, and they were like trying to figure out how did Irminsul get corrupted, like yada yada yada, and then finally Nahida realizes, oh, it got corrupted because from within, but not really from within, but more like it got corrupted because the Tori basically died, right, in Not Cry, and he was able to enter the ley lines through his death. Kind of like, how would I put it? Kind of like how, if you ever watched like Final Fantasy VII, and also spoilers for Final Fantasy VII a little bit, but like when Sephiroth sort of like quote unquote dies, he merges with like the planet's life stream, right? And that's a very similar idea here, right, in Teba, where like all the lost souls go back into the ley lines, except for maybe Natlan, they go back to the Night Kingdom or whatever. And so I really like that they use that same sort of trope. It's not necessarily original or new in any way, but I like that it kind of makes sense. Like, this is how, because we killed the Tori and they didn't sort of renege, right? I like the fact that they didn't sort of retcon the fact that the Tori died. No, they leaned into it. In fact, his death was important part of Irminsul being corrupted, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to get in. So I thought that was really cool. And sure, did he end up having like another clone of himself? Kinda, but not really. It was more of like a second half of his soul that Regrator. Also, yeah, the fact that we got a big Regrator review. Let me add that actually. Regrator review. Or Pantalone, I guess. Although we were kind of already sort of expecting that from the trailer, because like we saw that he had like little dangly eye bits from the trailer, and the little eye bits on the trailer, and there's only one other Harbinger that has glasses on, so it had to be Pantalone. My feel is that Pantalone is probably not playable either. He seems to be pretty evil, pretty uncaring, no sense of kindness, empathy, or compassion for anyone. It's just doing business, right? Pantalone feels like a non-playable character, especially with his involvement with the Tori. His continued even selling out the Tori a little bit, right? And the Tori sort of goes rogue, and he's like, yeah, the Tori forced me to do it. And he's like, okay, you get a pass. But just the way he's written, and how he's introduced, as like a basically bad guy of bad guys, makes me feel that Pantalone is not gonna be playable, unfortunately, for Pantalone mains. But I think it makes sense from that perspective. They are, however, certainly setting up Traveler to visit Snezhnaya. They're definitely setting that up. They're pushing away like the barriers to be like Traveler's not welcome here into more of like, hey, you know, it's entirely possible that you could be on a diplomatic mission to Snezhnaya at this point, right? Because of all the stuff that's been going on. Snezhnaya has been implicated by a lot of the stuff that happened in Noctry, now in Sumeru, right? They're starting to once again, you know, tell everybody, hey, sorry guys for whatever Totori did, and here's some stuff to compensate for what he did, you know. So some stuff like that, and they're definitely setting up for a Traveler to be sort of allowed into Snezhnaya, I guess, or at least in a way like you know, makes sense story-wise for why we would be able to visit Snezhnaya. Legally, I guess. and they've definitely teased that the Harbingers are a lot more, I guess, besides Pantalone, which I think Pantalone will likely be, I don't know if for sure, but I'm gonna say likely Pantalone because he's probably gonna be a bad guy, might be one of the main weekly bosses that will fight in Snezhnaya. In Snezhnaya, and speaking of weekly bosses, right? We have a new weekly boss, so that's another 60 resin. Actually, I need to count this now. Like, what is this ridiculous number of weekly bosses we have to do now? We have to do, but I have to do because I keep doing it. We have like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 weekly bosses, right? Because the wolf, Boreas wolf is not in this list. So we have 14. 3 of them are 30, thankfully. So we'll say 14 times 60 minus 3 times 30 for the discount. That is 750 resin every week, guys. That I'm spending on weekly bosses, Lamau. XD brushing, hey, welcome Brushy. Brushy, just to check, have you done the Archon Quest? Because we are going through Archon Quest right now. No Nicole, no, not today. Nicole wish is not. I will definitely announce Nicole wish before we wish. I'm not gonna just randomly wish for it, of course. But like have you done, if you've done the Archon Quest, then yes, then we can discuss. Cause I just want to make sure that, you know, you're not gonna get spoiled or anything. But we spent like 10 a.m. to like, what is it, 8 p.m. yesterday. I was definitely gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna start this early so that I can stream after, and then it got so long. It was just basically the end of the day. I didn't eat lunch and I couldn't barely function after the end of it. Towards the end, I had to like autoplay a lot of the dialogue because I was just like, this is getting too hard to like click the button to continue. But we finally got through it. I have my thoughts up on the screen for like what went good. Oh, and let me actually just put it somewhere in the middle so that it shows up. What went good, what in the middle. I think right now we're talking about the Pantalone piece. So Pantalone's reveal was pretty cool. I do feel like he's going to be evil character, so probably not playable. That is my sense based on how he's introduced. And the fact that he worked really closely with Dottore, basically helping him, you know, for his like experiments and like with his interactions with Dottore, it doesn't seem like he's a morally redeemable character either. So that's just my sense. I don't know for sure. But I think that's how they're gonna write Pantalone. It's probably gonna be a weekly boss. It's probably gonna be one of the bosses that we fight in Snezhnaya. That's what I think. I like how your two negatives are contradictory. Wait, which two negatives are you talking about? Oh, you mean the negative piece? They're still doing your old here's a plan I won't tell you till later. I haven't gotten there yet, so I haven't explained that yet. Um Too much telling, not showing, I guess, is probably a better way to put it. Um I haven't talked about the good stuff yet, so let's continue talking about the good stuff. I really love the fact that everyone literally being wrong about how Ermin's soul starts burning. Because I feel like they teased us this burning Ermin soul all the way since Sumeru days, and everybody was like, when is the Tori gonna burn the tree? And we got the exact scene that people were talking about, except that everybody was wrong about it. Like everybody basically fell for Hoyo's red herring trap, right? Like the Tori did not burn the tree. Nahida did. In fact, and Nahida did with the power of the pyronosis, no less. So that was I love that. I love the fact that they managed to throw everybody off. At least I was very thrown off. I definitely expected, you know, the tree Urban Soul burning to be like a bad thing, and then they sort of twisted the script, flipped it around. Basically had Nahida and Sumeru gang say, "Hey, let's build a new Urban Soul on this pyramid, on King Deshret's tech, pyramid tech, and bam, replace Urban Soul because Urban Soul is far too corrupt, quote unquote." Now, I don't think Urban Soul was technically far too corrupt. I guess there might probably have been some way to save it. But but I think the reason they did it is to like really push forward the story, right? Because Urban Soul is like what the Heavenly Principles sort of took and then like crafted it a little bit so that it was a lot more how do I put it, fit for humanity. And then basically the fate of the world is also really tied to Urban Soul, and so Urban Soul getting destroyed is actually really huge in the upcoming sort of quote unquote resistance against Celestia. Still confused about if Fate is still working into it, but also maybe they say I can flow more freely or something along those lines. Yeah, exactly. So Erminsul was rooting everything in a sort of like quote unquote Fate. And remember, like they talked about Fate a little bit more loosely, and funny enough, Final Fantasy VII and like the whole remake project interprets this in a very similar way, and I think the idea of fate in a very similar way. And what do I mean by this is, just like how Urban Soul is supposed to store like people's hopes and dreams, question mark, right? And this is where like the Kale segment comes in. There are a couple of hints, right, when you go through the little Kale segment where everybody's sort of mixed up. You know, you have Nilu saying like, "Oh, what if? I wonder what it would be like if I was, you know." Or like Dea saying like, "I wonder what it would be like if I was a dancer instead of a mercenary," and then Nilu as a mercenary saying something, "I wonder what it would be like if I was swap places with you," right? And so, and then we already know like from the alternate realities sort of idea is that fate is what sort of happened, I guess, or what is that one timeline or that one scenario that happens, but that doesn't mean that all the other possibilities or the other timelines don't exist. They were never realized. And I think one way that I've seen it being put is that you can think of Urban Soul as people's like thoughts and memories, right, of things that actually happen. But you can also think about it as people's hopes and dreams, because if you really boil it down to like people's thoughts and memories, what is the difference between a person's thought? Like let's say like if something actually happened in the past, right? Let's say if Nilu was a dancer, right? And then there's a story about Nilu being a dancer, and that sort of timeline plays out. And then you go to college segment, and Nilu was never a dancer; she was like a mercenary or something. But the memories and thoughts of Nilu being a dancer, whether it's from Nilu herself or people who know Nilu, is actually from a thought perspective or a memory perspective, not very different from the same thought of what if Nilu was a mercenary or what if Nilu was a dancer, right? And so the way I see it is like the data doesn't care about whether something actually happened. Similarly to how like Wanderer was able to sort of edit himself, right, in Irminsul to erase people's memories about whether something happened or not, right? The data doesn't care about whether something is real or not. It only cares about what's in the data. It only cares about what's in there, I guess. The knowledge that's in there, or like the memory that was in there, or maybe it's even the hope and dream that's in there, right? And so fate in that sense is not a sort of a singular entity. Now it can converge into a singularity and that will create reality, right? But before it converges, it's always a myriad, or like it's always like a whole bunch of different possibilities of people's ideas or hopes and dreams or stuff. And so I think that's what Nahida is getting at. Irminsul being the anchor, and I think they call this an anchor a couple of times in the quest as well. Irminsul being the anchor of all these memories and stuff means that fate is a lot more constricted in the sense, right? There's already this sort of this pillar, and this pillar of things that have already happened, right, has to like be the genesis of everything else happening, right? So if you have like it's kind of like if you have like you already have like a block. Uh, Maybe this is a bit like like crypto or something. But if you already had a block, right? All your other blocks of like fate or things that happen, need to have come or originated from the OG block, right? So like you can't, because these things have already happened. You must, everything else that happens in the future has to somehow tie back to this block, right? It has to somehow be consistent with what's happened already. Um, but and then Urban Soul was, obviously controlled by heavenly principles, anchored by the heavenly principles, and so when it's being set on its course, it would seem like fate only has like one way to go, right? Or at least maybe a few ways to go based on how Urban Soul has been structured and how Urban Soul has been built, and the rules that heavenly principles have built. Urban Soul is a big part of that. And so not having Urban Soul anymore is huge, because it means that the rules that Heavenly Principles have created may no longer be followed, right? May no longer have to be followed. Mainly because people are now writing their own history through the Aru. I'm still not entirely sure whether it's Nahida going to be controlling all of that, how she's going to start policing that. But essentially, the writing of at least for the folks in Sumeru. I'm not sure how this affects the rest of the Tevat. For the most part, the quest only goes to say that the people in Sumeru are connected to the new tree, right? Nahida being the new tree. We don't know quite yet how this. We know it's not going to affect Natlan. Natlan has their own Night Kingdom ley line structure, so Natlan's going to be quite the same. But I don't know how it's going to affect the other nations now that Amritsu is, right? Like the Sumeru folks have Aru and the Great Tree and Nahida, but I don't know what's going to happen to Mondstadt, Liyue, Zuma, Fontaine. I don't know where those are going to be recorded anymore. Are they going to be recorded? What's going to happen if they're not recorded? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know the fates were ported from Irminsul to Aru. Yeah. So it's not so much like the fates. So like you can think about the fates as like all the hopes and dreams. I think what they did show was that they ported over all of the data, like all of the data from Irminsul, or at least the ones that were not corrupt, right? The data that was not corrupt. I don't know how they're going to explain that. I don't think they really bothered explaining that. I think Bondo Lear were equally affected by Irminsul. Yeah, I think they would be, but I don't know how, and they didn't really show the effects how. So we can only speculate, I think, what happens going forward. But basically, Urban Soul is like the great record, right? It's the great record of things that have happened. Traveler, right, was never recorded, right? That doesn't mean that Traveler suddenly like exploded or you know like she couldn't live her life anymore, right? Tabibito is still completely fine even though she was not being recorded in Irminsul, right? So my sense is the big difference now is that their fates are less set in stone. There's more freedom of writing in the sense of like you can write your own future or your own history or your own hopes and dreams because now all this stuff is no longer sort of being recorded, no longer being set in stone, no longer being forced to sort of follow the heavenly principles, um, quote unquote like fated path. So I think that's what Nahida means when she said that fate is being able to flow more freely. Um, it's because there's no more anchor. It's kind of like a boat without an anchor is now able to move around a little bit more. There's a bit more range. It doesn't mean that fate's gonna change super drastically really quickly, right? There's probably still a lot of things that are gonna stay mostly the same. But it does mean that like there's no longer a big overarching this is what's gonna happen and you guys just gotta suck it up, right? so so I think that is the big difference. The whole time they keep going, how this is about the entirety of Teyvat and not Sumeru. Yeah, they did. It is going to be about entirety of Teyvat and not Sumeru, but they only showed the impact on the Sumeru part. And specifically because the Sumeru folks, right, unlike the rest of Teyvat, they can still have everything recorded through Nahida. So Nahida can still like process all the information and data for the folks in Sumeru, but she can't do that for the rest of Teyvat. Or at least the way that I'm reading it, because the rest of them are not connected to Aru, right? So they can't actually get everybody else's stuff. Only the folks in Sumeru were connected to Aru. In fact, I don't even know if Nahida is going to continue recording this data. They only said like they were connected. They were using Aru as a way to connect to Irminsul, and now all of Irminsul's records, or at least the good ones, are recorded in Aru. But I don't know if Nahida is going to continue to keep everybody on the little Akasha devices and continue to record what folks are doing. I don't know if she's going to continue to do that. Because they did say, and we do know that it's very taxing for Nahida to do so, right? To like sort of serve as an Irminsul in a way. So I'm not actually entirely sure if they themselves are going to continue this recording system that they've replaced Irminsul, right? But are they going to really continue doing what Irminsul was doing for a while? Is Nahida equipped to do that? I'm not entirely sure. So I think that's still up in the air, and it'll probably be answered when we talk about the rest of Teyvat as well. Does this mean Benna's luck is not going to be bricked? We don't know about that yet, but actually, Benny Boy's luck was never bricked, right? He was technically like the luckiest person or something when he went to Natlan, right? So maybe there's a point. Yeah, maybe you have a point there. He just has to go back to Natlan and his luck is not bricked. I believe people are only collected initially to overload Irminsul to transfer over the full. Once is that every experience should have their fate detected by the new Irminsul. Right, but that's the thing. I don't know if the new Irminsul is going to be doing any sort of dictating right now because the new Irminsul is now Nahida. And I don't think Nahida's gonna do that, right? Like Nahida's not gonna dictate people's fates. Like she's probably not interested in any of that stuff. So it's kind of like which functions of Irminsul is Nahida gonna continue to support, right? And I don't think the fate part of it she'll continue to support anymore for sure. I don't even know if the recording part of it she's gonna like. Maybe she retains all of the old records for Irminsul, right? Since they transferred the data over. But is she gonna continue to serve as the medium for like all of this information coming through? I'm not entirely sure because again, at the start of the quest, right, it was really taxing for her to do exactly that, to fix and to record all the new information coming in. Maybe not dictating facts, but at least Aru also the function of rebirthing that Irminsul used to have. Yeah, maybe there's some cycle of life thing going on, but I'm not entirely sure. We do know that Nahida can serve as sort of the new tree because she is sort of born of Irminsul, right? She has like a really good close connection with Irminsul to begin with. And so that makes sense, but yeah, not sure how Nahida's going to handle all of that. It would be kind of weird because they would have to somehow explain how she's going to be able to do that without overloading herself, I guess. Right? She's not like she would have to have her life force continually be on life support with the APEP, kept her on life support for a while, which I don't think is happening. So I'm not actually sure that's actually practical. Also, what was the world tree even used for during Time of the Dragon? Something Light Realm, I don't know. So apparently Irminsul has always been there. Like it's always recorded the history of the dragons. It's always been I think at that time it was before Light Realm was split into the elements, right? So it was just using light powers, I guess. But maybe we can think of it as maybe like primordial or Minstrel, I guess, before Heavenly Principles came and sort of rewrote the code a little bit, right? Irminsul, I definitely feel is very computer coded. They keep talking about the mainframe, and things like that. It does feel like it's like a big computer system. Maybe the dragons had invented it. Not entirely sure. They just said it came about, I think, before the time of the Heavenly Principles. But we do know at least that it continued to serve as the recording device. We don't know if it had a functional recording. We barely know anything. I would say likely it would have had that function. I think that's like its base function, right? I think its base function is as an anchor to the world. All I said was that it served a completely different purpose. Yeah, that's my guess. We don't know exactly what it is. But we do know that it wasn't serving the purpose it does serve right now. That's for sure. Because Heavenly Principles did change stuff a lot. But I think APEP does mention like she knew of Irminsul for quite a bit. I have to pull this up. The nothingness I believe the APEP does talk a little bit about it. Let me just pull up where it's at. APEP, I believe, was act as follows: emptiness. I think we talked to APEP pretty early on, so it's probably in maybe this one, divergence leading to oneself. APEP. Maybe it's in the first one, actually. We might have solved it in the first act. I'm trying to figure out when we talked to APEP. Oh, maybe it's Act 3. APEP. Part of Oasis. Take Nahida with you. I had a feeling you might be coming. And then she talks about Irminsul. I think we do ask APEP about Irminsul. Irminsul is mentioned like a million times here, actually. Like a bajillion times. So do you know about Irminsul? APEP says, I did once. The tree was not planted by the Heavenly Principles. Irminsul existed before they ever existed in Tevat. Paimon says, what? APEP says, there was a time when it belonged to Tevat, specifically belonged to Dragonkind. Okay, so Irminsul was sort of the dragons, either created by the dragons or at least was created and then given to the dragons. Its appearance and function then differed greatly from today. The leyline flowed with an abundance of familiar primitive form of elemental energy. You may know it as the power from the light realm, right? Can you imagine being Panis coming over to this world and debating the dragons? Defeating the dragons? Taking over the full authority of governing Tevat. Bringing new humans to life. Defending against abyssal corruption via nails, sending out faces and ensure people don't pass at its bounds. And now they're gonna see the whole damn world tree burn down, Lomao. I mean, okay, my sense is that the Heavenly Principles is not actually sleeping. That is my sense. Mohoyo has been known to give us red flags this entire time, like with the whole world tree burning down. my sense is that he's not actually like he's not actually sleeping. He's secretly at work, maybe in a different form, but he's completely aware of what's going on. In fact, he might be the one that's orchestrating his own end. Is what I think. So, like the one thing, think about it, the one thing that everybody has sort of taken as a given is that the Heavenly Principles is asleep. Everybody has said that, right? Literally every single person has said that. Every single sign has been pointing to that. We still do not know yet why he's still asleep. Panis is Paimon, yep, yeah, exactly. Like we still don't know exactly like how come he's being asleep for so long. I mean, sure, we will get the explanation that oh he was like so weak that like after Nibelung came and he defeated Nibelung or like fended him off. I guess it took out a lot out of him or something. I'm not entirely buying that because sure maybe it took a lot out of you, but does it mean that you're asleep for like centuries? Like you know like there's something more there, right? There's something more there. I don't think he's just asleep. Doesn't sound like something he would do, honestly. Like just suddenly fall asleep. I think there's something going on there. I think Miho's gonna throw us another curveball in that front. Heavenly Principles was with us all along? Question mark. You know, something like that. Nicole would tell us if we ask. Nicole probably doesn't know, right? I Nicole like knows about Panis' history, but she probably doesn't know like she wouldn't be able to know like if Heavenly Principles like really like tried to conceal the fact that he's not like he's maybe like Heavenly Principles like basically created like a copy of himself where it looked like he's sleeping but actually he's like playing video games all night, you know, something like that. It's like when your mom tries to go into your room and try to tell you to go to sleep and you create like a mirror like an image of yourself sleeping, but he's actually like just playing video games. Yeah, you know, that could be what Pandas is doing, right? And nobody else would know better. How many episodes is the camera and Tevat? Yep, exactly. Um yeah, I think how many episodes will be somehow related to the Traveler, in a way. Um in some form or fashion the Traveler is somehow part of its plan or something. Um not the sibling like but like the Traveler herself. So that's my sense. She's somehow related. Of course, I don't know exactly, or I don't know entirely how that's gonna play out, but I think there's definitely more to it. This is why we don't play in first person. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, man. Um. So I was actually like upgrading one of my instructor sets here. Surprisingly, I finally managed to get a crit rate instructors. Finally, thankfully, and so I've been leveling that up. Oh wait, actually this is the salvage screen. Let me go to my Let me go to healer screen. I was so happy I finally got a crit rate stat. Yeah, but for real, I still think Paimon is part of Asmodee. I'm sticking to this theory. I think that's a pretty strong theory. Paimon being at least somehow related to Asmodee. I think that's something that I think is pretty reasonable. Because they've been hinting that a lot, but of course they've also been known to like scam us with their hints, right? Like they've been known to throw us off a couple times, for sure. But I do think Paimon being at least somehow tangentially related to Asmodee is a good bet. Whether she's like one of her familiars that she created, to watch over, or Traveler, or if there's somehow Heavenly Principles is involved with Asmodee's disappearance, right? I think that's also possible. They keep saying that she served a new master, right? But the biggest twist would be if the new master was actually the same master that the Shades just didn't realize. Um, there, Panis created like another version of himself and got Asmodee to serve him, and all these other shades thought like they were it was a different person, actually the same entity, Lamau. Yeah. I don't know how soon we're gonna get more Panis information though. We didn't really get any Panis reveals, I think, in this Archon Quest. It was only like a mention in like Nicole's trailer. So I still feel like we're a bit far out to anything concrete on the Heavenly Principles. So I think we'll have to wait and see there for a little bit. Okay, now the few things I think could have been done better, I guess. I wouldn't say like it's necessarily bad or anything. Also, the fact that the Tori needed to die for Ermin to be able to infect Ermin. So I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was basically genius. It was kind of all part of the Keikaku. I thought that was good. That actually made a lot of sense to enter Ermin's soul by dying. And only someone that's crazy as a doctor would literally do that, right? To literally kill yourself so that you can experiment in Ermin's soul. Like, most ludicrous way of thinking. Also hoping they explain why King Ermin's got Ermin, not like this. Only Ian dub, yeah. Only Ian dub. But we'll learn more though. There will 100% be a Kanria arc. Here's the thing though, guys. Here's the thing. Who do you think is the Archon character in the Kanria arc? That one I'm super interested to that one I'm super interested to think about. We're gonna get Anastasia in Sinisnaya, right? But who is the Archon character in Kanria? We did get Columbina as the Archon character in Noncry. Nobody kind of really expected it. It came out of left field, whatever. But Kanria, I feel, is gonna be a very interesting one. Is it gonna be Dying Slave? Probably not, because apparently people are saying that everyone who appears in the Travail trailer are not like the main Archons, right? Of course, there's only been a couple, but if we go by that pattern, it's likely it's not gonna be Dying Slave. But who else could be an Archon character in the Kanria arc? I wonder. I will guarantee there's good reason. English seems to be taking liberty on certain things that is never to the detriment of the story, in my opinion. Yeah, I was gonna ask whether like the English made any sort of weird translations during this Archon Quest for you. But it doesn't sound like it did, so that's good at least. Sounds like we're mostly aligned with there's no like weird implications that you can draw from just the weird naming or something English stuff. So that sounds like there's no issues, I guess, for this Archon Quest. The other thing is that Jet in the Japanese is actually Jado. I don't know how she's pronounced in the English, but they call her Jado in the Japanese, so that was interesting. I would notice that I don't directly compare with CN for everything. Is it Jet in the English? Okay, it's Jado in the Japanese, so that was interesting. It was nice to have Lilupar being voice. That's huge. It was also nice that Lilupar sort of had her little bit of an ending. Oh, does that mean that Lilupar is no longer in my inventory? Wait. Now that I think about it. Oh, she's still here. She's still here. Hey, she's still here. They forgot about this. She's still here, guys. She didn't die. Oh wait, I did research one thing. One thing? Okay, okay. Hard to recall my thoughts, so I will copy paste what I said. Let me see here. Let me also, since we have it. Yeah, and then my only two gripes of the story quests are sort of the same gripes that I've always had, I guess. But I kind of want to put the berries again. My berries are overflowing. The term for primordial human and Nicole's friendship quotes? Okay, guys. Um, Yan Chu Zhiren for Albedo, same one used by Archon Quest by Nicole when she said angels were created by primordial humans, but no, she said it with a plural. I don't speak about it, it really seems like it should have been singular like everywhere else in the game. In TOS, Temple of Silence World Quest, both Yuanren and Yuan Chuchiren are used in C and describe primordial human, but they essentially mean the same thing. Ian just sticks to primordial human consistently. Also, no plural here in Ian, which makes me think Ian got a mistranslation in the patch. Okay, in the Chinese, there's no distinction between singular and plural, so there's the only way you can tell something is singular and plural is from context. So that's just one thing you should keep in mind. So it can be deliberately vague in that sense. I can't really find mentions of Panis being referred to as a primordial human in CN text before this Archon Quest. So I don't know why that dude said, but didn't provide us a source. I was response to the dude on Twitter saying CN posts always knew angels were created by Panis himself, who himself is a primordial human. I guess it would make sense if Panis was the one who created the humans. He would be some form of primordial human. He would, if he was like the progenitor of humans, I guess. Assuming that he created humans out of himself, that would make him some form of Yuanren in that context. I'm aware of that peculiarity, which is why I asked an AI to make sure. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to say if there was only one or if there are multiple. That is deliberately vague. Although my guess is that there's probably more than one, because if the word human is to believe you can only procreate humans with other humans, one human alone technically cannot create other humans, right? Technically, unless humans are asexual, and I don't think the humans in the story are asexual. From all the sources I looked at, it was a singular human, a single primordial human. Okay. I think it makes sense. Even English goes back to being a singular at other times. I could see it go either way. You could think of it as if it was a singular human, then he's more of like a god figure, right? But I could also see Panis as like, I could also see it making sense if there was like more than one primordial human. I don't think like one way or the other is like too crazy. They could explain it either way. I don't think there's a right way here. For some reason they went to plural just this one time in the Archon Quest. Mostly just the translation, I guess. Yeah, we'll have to see on that one. But also, are there still any primordial humans still existing? I think that's the main question here. Yeah, so the other thing I really loved about the quest, King Deshret's puzzle quest, that was actually pretty fun. It was honestly pretty challenging. And I had to try several times to get, I think the third puzzle was pretty difficult. I did try several times on the first puzzle because I was a little bit confused and I didn't know I had to bring both Kabe and Al-Haitam into the same spot. So I was stuck there for a while trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. But when I figured out it got much smoother. The third one though was actually pretty challenging. I had to try several times before I realized you could push the block upwards as well into that little alcove to get it through. So I really like those. They definitely started making their puzzles super interesting in the Archon Quest. It does feel very similar, right, to the Kanria puzzle where you had to only walk a certain number of spaces. Kind of like that, those puzzles. Don't even know how many primordial humans there were. It seems like it was only one dude and it was Panis. Could he have created other primordial humans? Possibly, right? Like, if normal humans are anything to be an example of, like, if normal humans can create other humans, like, I don't see why a primordial human could not create another primordial human, right? So there's definitely possibilities. The I will say the other interpretation of Yuanren, God created humans in the image of himself. Yeah, exactly. So God created humans in the image of himself. But the if you're talking about the uh like the if you're talking about the Christian God creating humans in the image of himself, then we like the whole idea of the Trinity and the triune God means that God is not singular. God is actually like um more like a triunity is and I don't know whether it's gonna be like this if in the case of Panis, right? Is he gonna be a triunity? I don't know. But you can see why the vagueness of the singular and plural makes sense from this God point of view. Like there is a deliberate one God, but in triune form, which is completely Genshin heavily references Gnosticism for all the hierarchy stuff. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So it's entirely possible that they take the idea of the Trinity and put that into whatever primordial human is. The main idea is that that creation is an act of love, and so but an act of love cannot happen with only one sort of person or one sort of entity. There has to be a unity for there to be love, and so that's the idea behind like the whole triunity creation and things like that. Um, it's a it is definitely incredibly confusing and topic, but that's how it sort of solves the singular versus plural thing itself. Even though there's only one God, because they are three in unity as one, they're allowed to like sort of create, you know, humans that way. But the main difference though, God did create humans only as an image, right? So like the primordial, maybe in this sense, like the primordial humans created normal humans only as an image. They didn't create like more primordial humans. So that is one. That's another difference. So if we're talking about primordial humans as like there's only one and it's only heavenly principles, then they could be following that pretty strictly, but they don't have to follow that really strictly, right? So they could write their own interpretation, their own story of how it all works. Currently, Albedo, the only primordial human that we have met, isn't he like a homunculus? Is he a primordial human? Is that the same thing? um, you mean because Gold created him and fashioned him through the primordial human project? Um, I think officially he's a homunculus, though not not technically primordial human, as in like Yuanren. Like the word Yuanren is twofold. It's not just the you could interpret it as like a species, right? Like this is the like if Neanderthals were like the primordial human, then like you could maybe say like if Neanderthal is the primordial human, and then like any other humans that were sort of created in the same way can share that identity. That's one way you can think about it. But the other meaning of Yuanren is original human. So that doesn't show up in the English a lot. I don't think they ever say original human, but that is the base meaning of the first character Yuan, which means origin, original human. So the main distinction here is that if you think of primordial human as a different species, an original human does not have to be a different species, right? It just has to be the first. So that is also like a dual meaning that can be read into Yuanren, and which is actually the same kanji as Gen in Genshin, right? Genshin meaning the original gods, Genshin, so Yuan Shen, Genshin like original gods. That's what Genshin literally means. Apparently, Albedo is the only primordial human that we are. Sorry, another converged possibility. Beetle is a primordial human. Travel through worlds, recording creating all. However, once that journey reaches end, no one's able to guarantee whether he choose destruction or salvation. Luckily, you're the one who embarked the journey this time. How did the alternate albedo fare? I can no longer observe the possibility. Besides copying someone else's answers of literally use, the journey is your own. Was the quote-unquote paranormal human who traveled through the world recording and creating all. Very interesting. So it sounds like there was like an alternate albedo fate where uh he sort of traveled through a bunch of worlds and did stuff. But she said that I can no longer absorb that possibility. So it sounds like that branch has been cut off, right, Brushy? So like, remember like the whole tree branches of fate thing. Sounds like that branch has been pruned. It doesn't actually it has sort of dropped off. Didn't come to pass, right? But here as well, they treat primary human as a title and not a species. True, true. Yes, yes. It's like a title. It's like a more of like the original one rather than like a hey, this is a completely different existing entity. So yeah, maybe Panis was actually just human. That the thing that we can't really comprehend is that if Panis was just human, how come he could do all these cool things? Because humans can't do that, right? But maybe originally humans could do that. I don't know. um, so they're definitely still vague. Definitely still vague. Nice that you're getting a lot of lore from the cold friendship though. Always good to, always a good excuse to level up the friendship. Good reasons to level up the friendship as well, and get name cards, so you get more of this juicy lore. I'm actually supposed to ascend Mika today. Actually, yep, we are ascending Mika today. Beautiful. Auto add. Okay. The goal for this couple of weeks is to finish leveling up my characters. So, I am going to spend some time on the Primordial Bishop, I guess. It is kind of annoying that it takes so long to level up these characters. But, you know, it is what it is. Genshin do be a farmy game after all. So we're going to do just that. Let's see here. Part of me kind of wants to farm books because it is Sunday, but I'm very behind on these mats, so I'm gonna do this. Also interesting how they lay out destruction or salvation as Panis' options. So previously it's implied to be Kevin and Firenon and Sariel. Firenon power against the path of destruction, even the Aeon destruction undoing themselves. Well, is the destruction or salvation like his own destruction or salvation, or you mean destruction and salvation of Tivat? Is it clear from the friendship what it is? Like what is being created or destroyed here? I guess not saved or destroyed here. I guess. You say Final fought against the path of destruction, but I don't really have context from the Starro perspective to know what is the is this the world being saved, destroyed, or what is being saved or destroyed? The universe? Is it just Tibat or what's being saved? What is this actually being saved or destroyed here? Or is it the traveler being saved? I'm not sure how that works there. Not sure to be honest, but the concept of destruction is a path in Star Rail, so it encompasses all. Okay, so just general destruction, I guess. There's an interesting parallel. Okay. Guess it's just general destruction. Right. I can't believe I have to spend 40 resin for each of these. Out. Why 40 resin? We get what? 3 juvenile jades. I'm definitely leveling up Yenfei first rather than Diluc. Because I like Yenfei better. Also, we just gonna ignore that Nicole can see other timelines. It's not that she can see other fates, right? Or other possibilities, right? Kind of like the Doctor Strange, I guess. I kind of like Doctor Strange. I don't know where all those. Kind of miss the Doctor Strange movies. I've seen 11,500,006 timeline. And which timeline do we win? Only one. I do think though the timeline seeing power might be a witch thing, if I'm not mistaken. I think not mistaken, I think Alice was the one talking about fates as well, right? Alice also talked about fates quite often. Or maybe it was Barbalov. So it might be through one of Barbalov's like teachings or spells as well. I don't know if it's entirely just from like her angel powers that she can do that. It could be Barbie helping out here a little bit. So are you implying that Fanny's fate was also in Irminsul? Probably not, right? Fanny's was a descender. So descender is not recorded in Irminsul. Panis was the one who actually like planted the fate, used Irminsul to anchor fate, right? So whether he would have anchored his own fate in there, maybe he fated himself to like fall asleep or something. That could be possible. I could see something like that. I wouldn't know why, but I think this is outside the realm entirely. Probably about parallel worlds that we see in the greater Honkai verse. I can't comment about parallel worlds on the greater Honkai verse because obviously I don't play any else of those games. But if anything, like, are they gonna create a game that like mushes all of their different games together? Probably not, right? But unless you're saying like this possibilities fate is more of like just a way of them nodding to other games, then yeah, I can see that. If they're just doing it as like here's a reference to a different game, then I'll give them a pass, because they definitely will continue to do that with Alice, Nicole, and a few others. They're not really Tevat timeline. They're just sort of like nods to other games. Then sure, I think they have the flexibility to do that without necessarily, messing up the actual lore of Genshin. You can just know that other versions of you can exist in other timelines. I see. I mean, that makes sense, but like, it's... I don't know how the other Honkai verses do it, but I don't think Genshin uses the timeline... I don't think Genshin uses the timeline explanation of the alternate realities. I think they use the fate explanation quite a bit more here. And in particular, Abyss being like all the timelines that didn't come to pass or being jealous about the main timeline, right? I think that was the only part that we kind of know so far. I don't know if there are other like timelines that exist out there that are not affected by Abyss but still exist happily, It did sound like all the other timelines were kind of unhappy timelines. And maybe that's just because of how Heavenly Principles had like anchored fate, right? Like the one fate anchor that was anchored through Irminsul, and that one timeline was the happy timeline because Heavenly Principles willed it to be so. And then all the other timelines like had to suffer greatly because of that one timeline that Heavenly Principles sort of quote unquote chose. So that could also be why the Abyss is sort of like jealous of that timeline, because it wasn't chosen by Heavenly Principles. As far as I know, nobody has ever met their own EXP directly. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? That would certainly be interessant. Let's see, where is my catcher? here we are, crystal fly trap. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the iron chunk. But yeah, okay. I need to go to my criticisms of the quest as well. I can't just talk all about how everything was good. I think the main. Actually, let me use the bathroom really quick, and I'll come back and talk about two points I didn't quite like. Okay, don't be a hater. I'm not being a hater. I'm just kind of. I just need to. We need to give them feedback, right, so they can make the game better. But here's the thing. I am getting really sick of this. Here is a plan, but I'm not gonna tell you until later because I don't wanna ruin the suspense. Like, I get it. I get it. I get the fact that you don't want to share exactly what's going on right away because that would spoil things, a bit too fast or like, I get it. You kind of want the dramatic effect at the end when you realize something cool is happening. When did they start doing this out of storytelling? I think it was all the way back in Sumeru, actually, right? They've been doing this for a long time. Like, this is not a new thing. Since Sumeru, they have started, and this being a comeback to Sumeru sort of episode, not surprising to do it again, but the idea here is that I think very early on it was like Fontaine had less of it, I think, because Fontaine they didn't really plan, I guess. But also Fontaine was written quite a bit, quite well. In Sumeru, they started doing this thing like, oh, Al Haitam had a plan, but I'm not gonna tell you until after, so that you'd be surprised at what the plan is, and yada yada yada. And okay, I get that, but you don't have to tell us that, right? Like, you don't have to make it. How do I put it? You could have written a story where I knew the plan and it was still dramatic, or you could have written the story in a way where it was so much less expositional that like the plan sort of more naturally emerged as the different pieces come together, and then you knew more of it rather than at the start say have all these cutscenes where it's like I'm gonna tell you a plan but I'm blanking it out, right? And then Traveler like gets a note, literally gets a note from Nahida about the what was it, like the identity or something, um which I think at the end of the day we realized it was Nabu Malikata or something, right? um the I think it was during the APEP. I think it was actually during the APEP cutscene, if I'm not mistaken. Like during the APEP cutscene, I believe she gets like the location of the statue of gods is hanged inverted from the heavens, but no one is unique alone among them. Its location is blank. Remember, did they even go over what this is? You just dump on us in the middle of nowhere, A key mysterious piece of information appeared in my mind, right? I don't even think they went back to this. Like, other than the fact that the same formula, I don't really mind it. Repetition doesn't bother me more. Yeah, exactly. The repetition is what I mean by it's getting old. You're old. thing. The first couple of times they did it, I didn't mind it at all. Like, in fact, the first time they did it was during, I think it was the Sumeru climax, Act 5 Sumeru. That was good. That was peak at the time. But they kept doing it. Right? All of these plans are like, okay, we have a plan, but I'm not gonna tell you till later. It just was very weird to hear that. Rather than say we have a plan, I'll tell you later. Just don't say that we have a plan, just like pretend there wasn't a plan or something like that, right? And just keep going. Or just make it natural, just naturally make it flow as the plan, like as you leave clues about the plan as we're actually doing things. So we're more peak than people give it credit for. It was pretty peak at the time, yeah. I really enjoyed Sumeru at that time. But I definitely think, like you said, the repetition is what bothers me the most. That they just keep doing the same thing. And sure, maybe it's an old formula, don't ruin it. But I just didn't like how on the nose it felt. Like, they literally like have a screen where like they say like a plan is being formed, but you, the audience, are not gonna know because I want it to be more dramatic. Like, they're just annoying. Like, people just hate the desert. Desert is quite hard. Yeah. Like, they could have written it better, is what I'm trying to say. They could have achieved the same thing without necessarily having like random white text on the screen saying plan is being formed and discussed. You know, like, just have the plan be discussed as on, or show the plan being discussed instead of just random white text on the black background, right? Even if you don't tell us the plan, just show people discussing. Just give some clues about what it looks like. People testing out things, or like how the laser shoots at Ermin Soul or something. Like, I don't know, just do something creative. That give people hints about what the plan is like without necessarily telling everybody exactly how the plan works. And there was a lot of ways that they could do it. Like, there was things like, you know, you can't tell everybody every aspect of the plan, right? Because otherwise everyone will know and they can find out or something, you know, whatever. Like, there are ways that they can explain it where you only get like a little bit of the plan and not like a ton of the plan. And there was a bit of that, right? Like, you could see like they were gathering parts and things like that. Like, we had a whole sequence of gathering parts, which I think was like, oh my gosh, like, guys, did you really like put gameplay with us like gathering parts, like in the middle of these Archon quests, and you're just beating up random Asimons and the desert? I'm like, guys. And then this kind of leads into my other biggest gripe. Like, most of the quest was like, I think 60, maybe even 80% of it was just straight up dialogue, just straight up talking and talking and talking. And when I say dialogue, I don't mean like just text on the screen, but I literally mean like people standing around, literally doing nothing but talking, right? Like, I just can't, like, like, I get it. They're trying to bring the whole Sumeru cast over, and there's a lot of banter, and it's a great dialogue. There's a lot of banter. There's a lot of great cutscenes. There's a lot of great connections that, you know, Nefer has with Dea, that has with Jade. Lilo Parrot's a lot of great moments where she sort of pops out of nowhere and say what kind of thing, you know. Those are all great. Those are all really good character interactions, but it's so much bloat. It's so bloat, right? It makes, like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, guys, it's already been 6 hours. Like, guys, let's move on. Let's put all of this dialogue into things that actually happen. And then if you actually think about the stuff that actually progresses the story, right? What's happened? You have the whole evacuation from Sumeru. We didn't see any evacuation from Sumeru. It was just a black screen and bam, we're in Caravan Ribat, right? Where is the drama there? Where are the people running over each other, or like people going crazy, or like things exploding? Where is all of that, right? Where's all the people when they eventually had to go to the desert, right? Where are all the people complaining about going to the desert? Where are all the escort people, from all the bandits or whatever? Like, where's all of that? Like, there are a lot of things that has happened in the story quest that could have been really good, like sequences of action, and at the same time when action is happening you could also develop the characters and the dialogue doing all of that. But no, they chose to have a whole bunch of people literally stand around for most of the arc. Just stand around, talk, stand around and talk, stand around and talk. That's just over and over and over again. I'm just like, guys, this is not this is not how you tell the story. This is not storytelling, okay? This is just clicking dialogue. That's it. Sure, it's fun dialogue. The dialogue is well written. No problems with that. But the actual things that you're doing in the Archon Quest, I think needs to be changed. All my favorite parts of the Archon Quest are the parts where we're actually doing things. Like the puzzle, doing even fighting the enemies at that point was like more enjoyable for me, because at least I was doing something, you know what I mean? Confronting Pantalone, not we didn't know he was Pantalone at the time, but confronting Pantalone in this desert area, I actually loved that sequence. There was also a lot of good banter in there. And then there were like just tons and tons of gens just sitting there and talking. He started doing a new, smoother camera transition getting to the quest area. That is true. The camera sequences were quite a bit. Slowly pans over now. Also, when recalling or retelling something, the camera zooms out, there's a text or something on screen instead of a classic black screen. Oh, yep. There's some text description. They did do some of that. No, I did see that. That's definitely a lot better than the black screen. The black screen, it still shows up a couple times, but that was pretty bad. Oh yeah, how the whole city for inside Caravan River, our village, right? Exactly. Like, we need to see like the folks suffering, right? Like everybody squeezing into tents or something, people complaining, when the Jin attacks, right? Like, we need to see more of that action. We need to see like Tinari flying around trying to help different parts of Aru village, defending it. They could have done so much more there, right? And all we got was like a small little segment of Dory fooling around. We fight a little bit and then suddenly unlock Nabu Malikata powers from Kole, right? Like, I don't know if it was a technical limitation. I don't think at this point they can chalk it up to technical limitations though. Like Genshin is a billion-dollar company, right? Not a or maybe Hoyo is still an indie game studio, but they knew how unrealistic it was about. I think it's just I don't want to say lazy writing. I think it's very unimagined storytelling. I think that's the best way I can put it. The writing is great. The story is great. Like, they have a great story. Like, the story is well written. Good writing went into this. Good dialogue went into this. The thing that was missing is game design. That is the main missing piece, right? If this is game design and maybe the cinematics was also great, by the way, right? All the cutscenes super cool. Like Nahida flying around, all the balls flying, all the lasers flying, all the fires flying. There, those are all great, right? Like, all the cutscenes are peak, right? But the game design, I think, is the main part. Like, how can I put it this way? They've put all their resources on the game design team on everything else except the quests. So all the game devs are designing stuff for the events, the mini games. Those are great, whatever. All the game design level design stuff, they're being put into like our end game modes. Those are all being done there. Nobody from the game design team is actually taking a close look at these Archon quests and saying whether or not this is good game design. Like, nobody is actually doing that. Because if they would know these Archon quests are very, very boring from a game design perspective to actually play through. There are a few nice sequences in there that's like a breath of fresh air, right? That's like, oh, I'm finally fighting enemies. Oh, I'm finally solving a puzzle here, or so doing this there. And then most of the quest is just dialogue, just straight up click buttons. Not even click buttons, actually. At some point I had to click the autoplay button and just sit there because I'm like, this is too much. Like, Like I'm not even engaged in like there's nothing for me to do here. I'm just gonna sit back, click the button, eat my chips, you know, and let it play on its own because I'm not playing the game. I don't feel like I'm playing the game when I'm doing an Archon Quest. I just feel like I'm watching a like a movie or something. Like I'm watching like a bunch of like people stand around and talk for a while, you know. Actually, the world of Genshin is supposedly massive. Like, it takes a few days to go from Liyue to Mondo. I wonder if it took several days to go from Sumeru City to Aru Village. Oh, like you mean like the actual number of days? Yeah, I don't know how to scale it is, but technically you can dash from like Sumeru City to Aru Village in probably a couple, not even like 15 minutes maybe. You could probably do it. Technically, I don't know how like lore accurate the actual game dash is though. But yeah, they could definitely have fleshed that out a lot more. Like just showing the caravans moving. Definitely, if you have a caravan and a bunch of goods and all of your household items, it's gonna take a while. But also, like that's a huge like procession of people. Can they actually all fit on that small road? Can they actually cross the little ponds, right? So yeah, they probably skipped all of that because it's just like if it did take somebody, yeah, should have showed us all the journey of Hachi or some old guy is complaining about finding his mansion. It definitely would have taken several days. Even if it took only one day, like it's still gonna be crazy for folks, right? Like to relocate within a day, all the way to like a new place that can't even fit everybody. There should have been a lot of tents around, which I didn't see any. Like honestly, like you go to Caravan Ribat, and then like you walk around, you just see a couple of guards. You don't even see like the population of Sumeru City. Like where did all these people go? Like they just literally disappeared. Like you know, and you go to Aru Village, we don't even get to see the village. Actually, we don't have to get. We don't even get to see the Sumeru people in Aru Village. You're just sort of assumed. You're supposed to make believe that they're there, and all you get is a couple of cutscenes from Dori and Kali and Tinari there. I'm just like, yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm not gonna say like it has to be realistic or anything, but what I'm trying to say is that they could have taken away they could have taken the dialogue that they put in all of these just standing around cutscenes into hey, there's a sequence where we're helping villagers, and as we're helping villagers, then you can have a bit of a chit chat, right? You can maybe this group of people are helping the villagers cross, or this other group of people is warding off bandits and they're fighting some bandits, but they're also like chatting with each other, and you know maybe like the Jet Daya and Nefer crew is helping out, and then they talk about the desert days, they camp out and stuff like that, right? And then maybe you have the group of folks who are like fixing up the Akasa devices, right? Maybe they are going out and actually distributing these Akasa devices to like the villagers all around. We didn't suddenly everybody just got the Akasa devices, right? They suddenly had it. Obviously, someone had to distribute them, right? They could have played out the distribution sequence and then have the people doing the distribution maybe chat with each other and then have like character development there. There are so many different ways. There's so many things that happen in this quest that could have been fleshed out in a way that allowed the characters to continue to develop their dialogue, rather than have the characters just stand there in a circle talking. All the characters could have been doing things, and from a story perspective, it makes sense. There's a rush, right? There's an urgency to get this plan underway. It doesn't make sense for people to just stand there and talk about random things about their lives and like just chat about and joke around. Sure, Sino's always gonna joke around, but like there's no time for people to just stand around and talk. They have to do things and talk because it's a sense of urgency. So that's kind of my biggest gripe. And it's not limited to this Archon Quest, I would say. It is a problem that they've had forever. I guess forever in a sense, like for a long time. But more and more, it's becoming more and more apparent, right? Because these quests are getting longer and longer. And the amount of dialogue, because they're bringing so many characters into the quest, it's getting more and more obvious that there's a lot more dialogue bloat than there should be. And I don't mind dialogue bloat if it also comes with good gameplay, right? There was a lot of dialogue they put even in the puzzle game between Kave and Alhaitam. I love that. I love that they add these like random dialogue as you're playing the puzzle, and they're like poking fun at each other, and things like that. They could have added more of that. Like maybe fixing up the Akasha was like a little puzzle mini game, and in the middle of the mini game, Faruzan and the others are like just talking over you and talking about the time in the academia or talking about the fruit juice thing that Kale, was able to get a juicer from sucrose or something. Like, there are so many ways that they could have made it better. And of course, maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe they just didn't have time to put a lot of these things and didn't really have good time to think through it. That's also possible, right? But I really wish they did, because a lot of people are starting to feel that the Archon quests are a bit of a chore, and myself included. Like look, I love the Archon quest. I love the story and the writing, but it needs to be because it's a game. Because Genshin is a game, it needs to be interactive. There needs to be more interactivity. There needs to be more engagement from the player. That's more than just hit autoplay and let it run for literally like hours. So they did actually listen to some feedback, right? They definitely reduced the amount of times where you actually had to click a response. But the drawback of that was that now I'm even less engaged. Like, I'm not even like part of the conversation. Traveler's not even part of the conversation. I'm just hit autoplay and I just for like easily like 30 minutes straight. It was just like people talking and talking and talking. I didn't have to click any button. I just hit autoplay. I just went, And they talk crap about each other if you take too long. Yeah, exactly. They talk crap about each other as well if you take too long on the puzzle. That happens. That was fun. I loved that part. So they should have had like a lot more of that. And the dialogue options are different depending on who you're controlling. Yep, exactly. There's a lot of cool stuff. I like the banter between the three animal retainers, right? Those were great. I think mostly they were there for comic relief, I think. But it was nice to get to know them a little bit. But yeah, they're just so many things that were glossed over like interactively. They just sort of just assumed things were happening when a lot of parts of the quest could have been a lot more fleshed out, right? Like even Ermin So Burning was just a couple of cutscenes and talking, although those are nice, really good cutscenes and good talking. But as far as the actual Storm Sumeru sequence, we got a couple of battles in, I guess. And then but it was mostly lame and like you couldn't even tell that all the people of Sumeru were helping you guys out. Like all the people in Sumeru like shows up at the end cutscene, I guess, but that was it. It wasn't like how like in Natlan where we had the Archon Quest. Now I love the Natlan Archon Quest, and I love that because like you could really see like all the different villagers fighting, helping. Like it was huge. This was like a really interactive experience. There's so much going on. Like you were getting dialogue, you were visiting places, but it was all interactive, and you chose where to go. Like that changed your path. That was amazing. What they did in Act 4 of the Natlan Archon Quest. That stuff they gotta do a lot more. And maybe it's because this Archon Quest is more of like a intermission Archon Quest, right? It's like one of the filler Archon Quest type things, I guess. So maybe it probably just didn't have a lot more attention, but yeah, that's my main spiel. Love the story, love the writing, but gosh, you guys gotta put it into a more interactive form for us to engage. Otherwise, people are just gonna feel like it's a chore, and I don't blame them, honestly. And also, yes, dialogue options that actually matter. Dialogue options that matter, because if your dialogue options don't matter, people are not gonna be engaged either. If your dialogue options matter a lot, people are gonna pay attention to the story, because then they know their choices actually matter, right? Like if your options are to storm the palace or to sneak around, right? Actually have actual consequences for the player. That's how you get them engaged. That's how you get them paying attention to the story. What if one of the dialogue options literally gets you to game over and you have to restart? People are gonna start paying attention, to the story, because they're gonna know like, hey, I actually have to know what's going on to know what dialogue I should be clicking, and things like that. The best way to make players bored is to do exactly what they've been doing all the time, having long dialogue sequences, and your dialogue options don't really matter, right? So long dialogue is great, but let's have some interactivity. Let's have some engagement, and I think people are going to welcome the long Archon Quest a lot more. But yeah, mostly because the Archon Quests have been getting longer, it's become very obvious it's full of bloat now. Like literally 8 hour 30-minute sequence, and all that happened was we evacuated Sumeru, we recreated Irminsul, we hacked Irminsul, defeated the Dory and destroyed. Literally, just these three things happened. In the in the grand scheme of things, that's all that happened, right? And it just didn't need to be an 8 hour 30 9 hour 30 minute and then the like I'm sorry, like this whole secret didn't have to be a 9 hour 30 minute endeavor. Sure, you could have extended it to 9 hours and 30 minutes, but I would say like within the 9 hour 30 minutes, these three things probably happened all within like the actual thing being constructed. Right, that happened during the puzzle sequence. Maybe that was an hour. The evacuation sequence, if you minus like all the random dialogue in between, it was probably less than an hour. The actual fighting the Tory was probably like 30 minutes. I want to say at the most, like okay, like the main sequences and the exciting things happening like took up a lot less time. Most of the time we just spent talking and interacting with characters. You think Hoyo to fully blame here when the new save feature lets you exit whenever? I personally tested it seems to work really well. I actually thought of the save feature exiting as almost like it forced me to keep going almost. Because I didn't want to exit. Like this was part of like it felt like everything was part of a connected story sequence and I had to do it all in one sitting. That's how it felt to me. Maybe for other people it didn't feel like that, but I didn't like how I couldn't like open the event menu and like go out, and explore other parts. That's a you and me problem. Uh, I don't entirely think so. Like I feel like for example like I don't want to exit a story because I don't want to exit like a main story mode until like the whole story sort of like finishes. You know what I mean? And I felt like this entire sequence was like a one full story domain, so similar to like the previous Not-Cry quest. It's like I just want to do it in one. Like I want to get the full experience, right? And maybe the argument is that this is not a full experience, and you're supposed to like take breaks in between. But if that's the case, then just have it stop. Just have a stop and say continue later or something. How do you justify story games that are 20 to 30 hours long? The okay, the difference between those and like Genshin is more like those games also do have stopping points, right? In between those 20 and 30 hours long. It's not like it's not like you have to continue all the way. But the difference is also that those are 20 and 30 hours long. And in Genshin, it doesn't actually tell you how long things are when you start the quest, right? Like when you start the quest, you don't actually have any idea of how long it is. You maybe can do some research beforehand, look at all the dialogue beforehand, and get a sense of how long it is. But generally, most of the Archon quests, at least in Genshin's history, has always been you do it in a sitting. It's like one story quest you're meant to do it in a sitting, because you get the full story. Otherwise, you stop halfway and maybe you come back and you forget, right? This is, I think, the same. Like I feel like if I took a break at any point in time, maybe like the best time is like right before the battle. Like I could take a break there, then before the final battle. But the only reason I can do that is mostly because the first half is just entirely like mostly skippable, and the only story things that you really needed to keep in your mind are people evacuated, and I rebuilt stuff in Aru. Like there's not much going on from a story perspective for me to like not remember the most important thing. You know what I mean? Like most of it was just dialogue. And sure, there's quite a bit of lore in the dialogue. But beyond the lore, like there's no like actual story development. There was some character development, sure, but again, that didn't really need to know that to like appreciate the later half of the story and things like that. So yeah, to your point, like sure, I could have taken breaks, we could have taken breaks, but I feel like at least playing Genshin since early on, most of the story quests and Archon quests are kind of meant to be done in one sitting. It was only recently, I think, in Not Cry where they started mushing two acts together like they did with this one. And so that's why it probably felt like a bit longer than it should have. But yeah, again, if there's meant to be like a cut, then cut it. Like they actually get to a point where the quest ends, and then maybe you wait 2 days or something to get to the next act, and like you actually exit the special story mode and like, you know, have the event screen come up again, or uh, actually be able to teleport around the map because you were basically locked from teleporting. And so that to me says like, hey, I shouldn't be teleporting right now because I'm stuck in a sequence. I should finish the sequence before I continue. Like that's just how I'm sort of wired. Maybe Genshin is trying to take a different approach where like, hey, I can exit at any time and stuff. But yeah, but I don't want to exit anytime. I want to exit when it finishes, like when this sequence sort of finishes. And that was kind of my approach to like most of the Not Cry ones as well. I think it was only maybe the last couple of Not Cry ones that was mostly in the middle. There were a couple of Not Cry sequences though that just kind of kept going, kept teleporting you to a different area, kept teleporting you back. And I feel like this is the second time they've done it, and I definitely felt like it was a bit long. So I might have to just like I might just have to like cut it in the middle and say like, this is where the act ends. I'm just gonna pause here, exit, go to the event page, just pause for a moment and then come back later. Isn't it fair to set aside 68 hours generally before Archon Quest? This was 9 hours and 30 minutes, Brushy. This is not 6 to 8 hours. This was 9 hours and 30 minutes. um, and I appreciate you being devil's advocate, but like, I'm okay if it's 6 to 8 hours. I started at 10 a.m. I was expecting to be done by at least 5 and then I could stream. I was done at 8:30, like 8:30, I think. Was it 10 a.m. to 8:30? No, actually, it was like 10 a.m. to like 7:30. So I was done at 7:30. Like, that's just doesn't make sense. Like 68 hours, I think, okay, sure. I had set aside 68 hours of time. I did not expect it to go all the way to 9.5 hours. That is kind of insane. Um, so, and this is not even the main Archon Quest, right, Brushy? This is like Act 9 and 10 or something. It's not even like the main part of the Archon Quest. And again, a lot of it was bloat. A lot of it was not actually story beats. It was not story beats. A lot of it was bloat. Could have been skipped. A whole bunch of the epilogue was just calling, visiting folks. And that ran for like an hour at least. Like, I can't, like, guys, release me from this prison. Like, oh my gosh. But I do agree. Maybe if they just set like, hey, this will probably take X hours, that could be helpful as well for players, right? You should probably set aside this amount of time and maybe time it in a way that you don't skip any content, right? Like you don't skip any of the extra dialogues or any of the extra, like, that you're not spam clicking, right? If you're playing this normally, you should expect this to take roughly 6 to 7 hours, or 7 to 8 hours, right? Depending on how fast you go. So that would probably help a lot of players. Probably help me a lot to know how to budget the time. It is hard to tell generally just by looking at the dialogue how long things are going to take. But that would definitely help. But also, if 6 to 8 hours is sort of like the new norm, have breaks, like have like a split in between, have like a halfway point. People need to go to the bathroom, nobody's gonna be sitting there for like 6 to 8 hours just straight. Like I had to go to the bathroom, like I had to skip lunch. I had to basically like snack the entire time when I was doing it. But I really hope, yeah, I really hope they reduce the bloat, and some of that I'm okay. Just to clarify, I'm okay with it being long. Like I'm actually okay with the length of it, like the fact that it was 9 hours and 30 minutes. Like that doesn't the fact that it's long doesn't quite bother me too much. More so the fact that it was bloat. If I was engaged for the full 9 hours and 30 minutes the entire time, no problems. Absolutely no problems. This was super engaging. I would have said peak Archon Quest, great job, Oreo, right? But the fact of the matter is that I was not quite engaged throughout the whole thing. I was interested in the dialogue and I thought it was fun, but was I engaged in like Did I really feel that Sumeru was under attack and under threat? No, I did not. Did I really feel that there was a chance that the plan would not work? No. The plan was obviously going to work. Like, they didn't tell us the plan, so obviously it's going to work. It's going to be dramatic reveal at the end. So there, I was not very invested in the story as I was going through it. Was it that I loved the lore and stuff? Yeah, but I didn't really feel like there was stakes because we were gonna defeat the Tory. There was no threat. The Tory wasn't didn't capture any of our friends, right? There was no like they and he didn't one up us in any way either. Like he's doing like the Tory was kind of a just kind of noob, right? Like we totally destroyed him. Like he didn't even have a fighting chance here, guys. Like let's be honest. Um, but you want to break, then why not take it halfway point after Act 9? I did. I actually I took a break and I went to the bathroom for a little bit. So I did take like a break, but I didn't. But I after that I came back immediately and like went kept going. I didn't want to take like a long break, right? Because I wanted to keep going in the sense like I wanted to make sure it was fresh in my mind and then kept going. So so it was like a short break, but not like a very long break. But again, the point was not that it was long. The point was that there was a lot of bloat. I did take the break then because I felt like at that point it was like okay, it made sense because I just finished like a whole bunch of bloat talking content and we were actually gonna do stuff in the next section. Okay, I'll just take a quick break, come back. Most of what happened probably didn't matter anyway. Right? It was just random banter between characters that doesn't really have any story consequence. So it's fine. Um but yeah. There were a lot of situations and I do think right like if they try to focus their content on actual like engaging gameplay like the bloat will automatically like sort of cut itself down like there will automatically be ways that hey actually this one probably doesn't need just a whole bunch of people sitting around talking. Now if it's just like the bonus dialogue where they're just standing there and you're optionally talking to them, that's fine. That's just up to the player to sort of go and talk to them and you know get some dialogue from there. So that I think that's fine. But most of the main story dialogue was also just standing around. Feel down not realizing that Kali had Nabu Kali Kata's remains after she recited her poem. Oh really? Um well she didn't recite it, right? She sort of follow, followed it followed after Nicole. So so she didn't technically recite it, she just copied whatever Nicole was saying. Um yeah. I think when that happened, it for me it was like, oh yeah, Collie is probably like to me I didn't know exactly that it was the remains that was in her. Uh, um I sort of saw it as like maybe she was like the reincarnation of Nabu Malikata or somehow had her blessing or something. Um, but then they actually tied it to the actual remains of the of the Tori, which makes sense. Like so, but yeah, I think that part wasn't like the biggest. I read the manga for the Archon Quest. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I didn't really read the manga. I just knew it. I just knew vaguely like she was experimented on and basically was given a treatment that allowed her to like stave off Eleazar for a while. Marimbio. Um, so and she had some snake god in her. Snake god. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't actually know it was specifically a snake god that she had. Um, so yeah, yeah, but that wasn't like a huge. Yeah, it looked like a snake. That's all. Okay. I don't know what it looked like in the manga, but they definitely did reference quite a bit of the manga in there, and stuff that happened. So it was nice to actually like have it, you know, in the game and not just like, hey, go read the manga to find out, you know. Um, they also interestingly had quite a bit of the Tori's backstory. I thought that was nice to have. It would have been cooler if we got that a lot earlier with his rather than smush it all the way to the end. Okay, these are like the Tori's motives. This is what he did. It was also kind of a tragic backstory, right? Like he even himself, like his own clones, like basically waited for him to die and then dissected him or something. Like that's kind of sus. But makes complete sense for a crazy guy like the Torii, right? And then no, that was actually really interesting to see like his backstory and what came out of it. It would definitely have been much better if we got it a bit earlier so that we could kind of get a sense of his motivations a bit first before like defeating him and things like that. We kind of only got it after, so that was kind of like, okay, well, I don't really care anymore because he's dead, you know, whatever. Um, at least Pantalone was in there for a little bit though, so you could see a bit of Pantalone's motives and a little bit of how Pantalone thinks. I think that was definitely pretty important. All right. It is time for some clearing some chores and some content here. Do have a few of these that I want to knock out. Mostly Forge of Thunder challenges, I guess. Actually, let me invite some of the new characters here. Dude, I think we have a couple of new ones. Purins and Rauma. Okay, take it.
ご丁寧にご招待していただき感謝します。七星召喚のルールにはあまり詳しくありませんが、気晴らし程度でよければ喜んでお相手いたしましょう。
Oh, he has a Luna Charge deck. This is gonna be hard. All of my artifacts. One of each.
Sabaki
ほら。目を閉じて。ここからは僕が攻めますよ。慎重にご対応ください。足元を救われませんよ。
Dang, what is he doing? Uh-oh, Luna Charge. Untunable.
稲光すなわち永遠なり。
Damn.
水遊びの時間だよ。
雷鳴が止んでしまう。
おや。
宴はまだ終わっていない。
そんな。
賞賛に値する一手ですね。
防衛モード起動。
しばし待て。事前の解析はやめていただこう。
これほど素晴らしい戦術にお目にかかれるとは実に光栄です。
実に光栄です。+2 fix this in there. There we go. I think we got him. Oh, Lunar Charge is really annoying. Taking so much damage from it.
僕の乾杯です。
乾杯です。We'll do Laumo next. What does Lunar Bloom do though?
七星召喚？もちろん構わぬ。しかし遊び方は友人たちから聞いただけだ。もし何か間違ったことをしても容赦してほしい。
So many artifacts, what the? Ooh, Lamo's picture is so nice, so pretty. Equally costly, I don't have any card left. Dang.
二度とこの少々まずいことになったな。
High cost reduction to 3 random cards. The Lunar is all about the cost reduction stuff, huh? Very interesting.
Linyaに永遠の安寧を。
What does this do? Thing.
どうか私の誠意を感じてくれ。宴もいよいよ末期だ。
決まりに折れた角を捧ご。
Alright, got 2 new cards.
どうやら私のカードの腕はまだまだ未熟のようだな。
And now for the Forge Your Own Temper challenges. They're always gonna be harder than it seems. Level Stratagem Speedy Attack. Every 2 cards you play, your active character gains 1 energy. Okay. Lol, we're fighting against Yamka. Oops.
今こそ出陣の時。無我の境地へ。逃げ道はありません。雷鳴が止んでしまいます。宴もいよいよ幕引きだ。
Where are all my food cards? Oh my gosh. Where are my chef mouse? Seriously, where are my chef mouse? What are my rules? I think I just have to beat it. I don't think there are rules for this one, right? Nice star is that he can't heal because I have all the bond of life on him. Does this guy have unlimited amount? Cannot be satiated. Wait, what? I didn't realize that. Oh wait, you can feed this guy unlimited food? I didn't realize that. Wait a sec, what? You can just keep feeding him food. Cannot be satiated. Wait. I did not actually realize that. I should have been doing that more then. Heck. This guy can just keep eating food. That's pretty good. I'll start feeding him then. But I should be playing more food cards on him. Didn't realize this guy couldn't be satiated. Wait a sec. You need to be putting more food cards in my deck.
見切りました。
I'm back. I don't know what I missed. Oh, no worries. You didn't miss much. We were just doing some TCG. Now that I think about this, would it make sense for me to burst on the other guy? Beautiful. Also funny that you said focus on story better when not live. Because the stream chat usually dead anyways when you use it. No, that's kind of my point, right? Like the point is that I'm not going to be interacting with chat anyways, so there's no point really streaming, right? So I'm not going to be interacting with chat anyway. So it's not a real point there. I don't have streamer debuff like Lucky, right? Like in the middle of Archon Quest, I have to respond to like all of these random stuff and then never actually finish the Archon Quest. Like honestly, how can you blame streamers for not knowing the lore if they're not allowed to focus on the quest, right? To be honest, right? I want to try for some good cards here. Yeah, not very useful. I think I could use this. This one always looks really scary, but man, he's deleting all my cards. The heck, guys? Yeah, there we go. I think we got him. Why is he discarding so many cards, huh? I don't get it. Attach resentment to yourself. For every 6 card you discard, attach 1 resentment. Dang, that's a lot of damage. When this character takes damage, the character is not great. Both players discard the top 9 cards. 9? I don't understand this card, man. What the heck? 18 cards discarded? Dang. This guy's gotta die, right? At this point. Please tell me he's over. Yeah, just let me hit. That's 5 resentment, like what the? Lever stratagem, cycle crisis. Pay 1 Omni die and draw 1 card. And then you play a support card. Okay. I need to play support cards here. Okay.
私についてきてください。
Where's my electro dice? Oh my gosh. Okay, I got it.
逃げ道はありません。
逃げられないよ。I need to fill out my support cards.
「稲光すなわち永遠なり」無念無臭待っていた。しばし待て。
まずい。
Wait, can I just replace it though? Can I just replace that support card? I probably can, right? I'm only 3 out of 4 left though. Oh wait, actually I think I could. Yes, 6 though. Give me one more support card. Yes, we did get one. Play Dunyar. Does 3 pyro damage. I think I survive. Yeah, I did. I did survive. Ah, he has a lot of shield though to start. Forgot about that. The like bajillion shield to start is kind of a scam. Ah, but I can do this technically. No, I don't have any more dice. Dang, if only I had dice, I would have been able to take him out. Alright, I need to try this again. Maybe I just need more support cards. The 6 points is kind of ridiculous, so maybe just try to put as many support cards on the field as possible, maybe?
私についてきてください。
6 is ridiculous. Okay, thankfully I filled out my support Leon this time. keep the damage on his side of the field here. Wow, how did he split there? Interesting. Yuri should be good enough. Nice, we got him. Very nice. These 11 recharges too. Beautiful. Nine damage. Take that. Bam. Bam. There we go. Oh, I got 4,000 on that? Whoops. I chose a harder difficulty than I needed to. Wait, I only needed 3,000. How did I pick 4,000? Never mind. Clever stratagems. Oh, I was on hard, that's why. Trigger elemental reaction, create one Omni die. All elemental reactions deal +1 damage. Oh wait, this one's definitely a Nemo one, so we'll use... We'll use a lot of fast swaps, I guess. Yeah, I think that should work. Probably need to start with Klee, I think. In Electric Rebirth, what's this? Not great. Guess like he's like a reroll. Where are all of my fast swap cards? Oh my gosh, still no fast swap cards. Still no fast swap. Oh my gosh. I am being trolled here, guys. Legitimately being trolled here, guys.
真理は永久に不滅。
世界は必ず燃え盛る。
世界はやがて怪人になる。
I just got 2 of them down. Just need a Nemo dice now, guys.
素晴らしき真理。
やっぱり先輩の手助けが必要なんじゃろ。わしに手を出すつもりか。
Aha, got stunned. Get stunned.
ディランバシュキ。
扉はお前のためにある。
Irampan Shuki. Alright. There we go. I think that finishes up our 4th realm temper challenges. Very good. We're at 8250. Actually not a lot of still not a lot of coins actually. Even after that. Experimental field generator, okay. Definitely get llama and flints first. Since they're new. Experimental field generator. Looks like that's a new one. Malfunction. Characters defeated less than twice, okay. Oh dang. You guys are pretty strong. Let's see if this works out. Why do I still have this card in my deck? Relorous Beats. How are you? Hi, how are you? How's gambling? Hey, welcome in. Good job, KYGG. It's hard to say your name, but good job, KYGG. We roll in the dice here. Indeed. There's a bit of gambling going on here. You call me GG, I know her name. Alright, GG it is. GG, well played. Well played on that name. Let's do this. Libban! Perfect. Although actually it probably doesn't matter too much, but... Yes! I was talking about Nicole, not gambling. Not no Nicole pulls today, but we are doing some TCG here. Draw 2 cards. You have more than 1 weapon or artifact card in your hand. Create 1 Omni for each. Sounds interesting. Maybe I'll do this. Let me do Revelrus. I should get one. Omni and then I'll play this. Flippin'. Haven't pulled it all. Wait, how did I switch? Huh? How did I switch? Wait. Oh, is this gravity field do this to me? Switches to your next character. Oh. Interesting. This is very interesting. So it automatically pulls my characters one to the right. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't pulled for Nicole quite yet. I'm still in the middle of like leveling up my other characters right now. So that's what I'm focusing on. Trying to get Yanfei's mats right now. Okay, let's see here. What is this? Cost increase untunable? Oh my gosh. Getting scammed here. Who's your favorite character? Very good question. Very good question. If you are very observant enough, you will be able to tell. The character is somewhere on the screen. My favorite character is somewhere on the screen. If you can guess, somewhere on the screen as we speak. Let's see here. Well, gravity field just gonna continue to pull me, right? So I'm like, huh. I don't know what else I can do here. This is untunable, but I can at least hit him once. Raiden or Ningguang or Coco Fish? Wait, where do you see a Coco Fish? Oh, there we are, Coco Fish. It's obviously it's one of those. Ningguang is my favorite character. Yep, that's right. The best part about Ningguang is I don't have to pull for her. Oh wow, he actually hits the other guy. Dang. That is not good. Oh, it's because it made me swap. Okay, valid. Is there an invalid option? Question mark. She's gorgeous, she's the Geo Archon. True, true. She do be the Geo Archon. The nice thing about Ningguang is that first of all, you don't have to pull for her, but second of all, she's also the prettiest character in the game right now. So you have Lunar Ningguang team. Man, I wish I had Nea, I guess. But yeah, no, I don't actually have lunar characters, unfortunately. It looks like we got him down here. I think we got this. Didn't see that coming. Oh, he might have burst though. That would be scary. Alright, just normal attack. Yeah, I heard the Lunar Ningguang team is actually really strong. So what, Linnea, Columbina, Ningguang or something? So that's definitely an option if I ever get Columbina and Linnea. Slow down my is way more beautiful than Ningguang. Your mother? Who's your mother? Which one is your mother? Also, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. They both can be more beautiful than the other. It's just yeah, it doesn't mean one is objectively more beautiful than the other. They're both just subjectively more beautiful than the other. That's all. They can all be more beautiful than the other. It's all fine. It's because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's not an objective thing here. They can all be the number one beauty at the same time. Just like how Madame Alice is the peerless beauty. Alright, looks like we did get the experimental field. We managed to complete this one. She's well known as boss of Yae Publishing and Grand Priest of Yamaru Kami-chan. She's gorgeous, hot, and cutting, most beautiful Lady Gucci. Yae Miko, let's go. Let's go, Yae Miko. Yae Miko do be quite pretty. And I've heard she's getting a buff. I heard she might be getting a buff with the new Snezhnaya superconduct type reaction thing, whatever that is called. So yeah, that's pretty good. That do be pretty good. Guji Yae Miko may be back in the meta very shortly. You're pulling her next patch? Is she coming out next patch? I don't even know who's going to be on the banner next patch. I'm pulling her. They'll have some stellar superconducting banner. Yeah, exactly. Diona TT gonna be pretty strong. Is I'm pulling next patch for Sandrone. She's on guarantee. Let's go. Yae Miko 25%. But I hope I win the Chronicle Wish. Maybe get C1 Rio. Oh, okay. Wait, is there a Chronicle Wish open right now? I don't think there's a Chronicle Wish open right now. There do be a Nicole open right now though, guys. Look at this. Look at this Nicole. But no, I have never pulled on the limited banner before, so our standard wishes has been decreased to 348 now with our disaster of a standard full stream, but D1 Rio would be pretty cool for sure. Valor Superconduct Chronicle banner? Ooh. I don't know what that means, but so it's not even like a regional Chronicle banner anymore. There'll be Yae, Rio, Chichi, and Sino. Definitely characters that have not seen play for a while. That's interesting though. Like they're sort of expanding their definition of what a Chronicle banner can be. They're just gonna put random characters on it now to suit whatever their needs are. I guess it's kind of always been like that. Even for the regional banners, not every regional character was featured, right? It's only like specific regional ones that are obviously not very meta get featured on it, so I can see what they're doing there. I see what they're doing. Still spoilers? No more spoilers, Rem. We're done with our discussion. You're safe now. I will not spoil anything for you. I got Nicole and I spent my last post to lose on Durin. First Jean up tame. At least he got a Jean. Jean is a good one to lose to. Probably one of the best standard characters to lose to. Probably the best standard character to lose to. Maybe... even Chi-Chi is not a loss anymore, right? With the new upcoming superconduct stuff going on. Sweet. Paimon dies. Oh my gosh, bro. She gonna have to ban ya. Depends. It depends. Yeah, I guess it depends, but at least from my point of view, I think Jean is one of the best characters you can probably have there. Let's see. How much resin do I have? Nothing. This is me, guys. Me trying to farm for Yen-Face mats. I need... What is this? 14 more of these? Oh my gosh. No, I meant about TT. I have heard TT's because she's like part of the superconduct crew. She probably gets buffed a little bit. I don't know if she gets buffed in the sense that she's no longer bad, but like at least she'll be usable? Question mark. Which is better to say than the Diluc that I have that is not very usable. Diluc, my boy! Why? Why, Diluc? Okay, let me throw you off the cliff one more time. For good measure. Alright, beautiful. That would be about how much cons you got? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess most people would have a lot of like CC cons. Yeah, he's dead. Definitely tossed him off the cliff there again. Gonna be yeah, my next standard pull, I'm definitely gonna do the pull ritual of tossing Diluc off the cliff. That would be also one thing that I definitely missed the last stream is I probably should pre-farm Favonius Ascension mats to manifest it a bit more. Need to manifest Favonius, you know? So that's definitely one thing. I think the Favonius weapons all use the same... I think the Monston materials, maybe? I think that's what it is. Can we throw him from Jade Chamber? Yeah, let's do it. Jade Chamber, where are you? There you are. Let's see, do you want to throw him towards the Yue or away from the Yue Harbor? Yeah, we'll throw him up from here. And we'll give him a running start too. Basically, Ningguang kicks him out of the house. Kicks him out of the house so fast that he flies into the abyss. And he's gonna look at the moon as he falls. Beautiful, look at this beautiful moon. He didn't even reach the ground, look at him. He hit the rock that's like a little far from the ground, but... Can we throw him from Temple of Space? I don't think Temple of Space actually kills him though. Like I think he like you teleport back. You're getting C2 Diluc your next pull session because of this abuse. Not like this, right? Who needs the Lulu? Yeah, exactly. The Lulu indeed. Yeah, I don't think Temple of Space actually... I don't think it actually works. Cause I think Temple of Space you just like teleport. It's not actually like... I think it's like it's like a domain, so it's not actually like... Also this area is like... has water for some reason. So you can't actually fall off this place. But if you... Oh! Viewpoint. Very nice. Speaking of this though, I should be farming some of these mats anyway. It's good to farm these mats. Throwing from Orca Natland, that's true. You see, like if I toss him off here, he actually just teleports back up. Like, it doesn't actually fall. Temple of Space is like a safe spot. You can't like actually toss yourself off the cliff. Look, I leveled him up, alright, Diluc. I gave him level 80. And actually, like, this Natlan Claymore's actually not bad on him. Every time he triggers a pyro-related reaction, elemental skill damage increased by 16%. That's pretty good. It's not bad. I mean, it's not like that good either, but like it's not bad, I guess. Let's see. We're gonna do. From how long you play Genshin? I've played Genshin since basically the beginning of Genshin, so basically since 1.0. Probably started sometime October 2019, I guess. So I've been playing Genshin for about 6 years. Wait, level 89 to get his skin to celebrate? Ain't no way, bro. Oh my gosh. No, I've been thinking, guys. What if I only pull characters with 5-star skins? It seems to have fit the it seems to have fit this pull session where I got Diluc anyway. The Mao. When is Genshin gonna come up with the next 5-star skin, guys? Can someone explain? Can someone tell me when we're gonna get another 5-star skin? Because Diluc skin was released what? 2.8 or something, right? How many years ago was that? It was like 4 years ago? Damn. It's like 4 years ago, bro. Full send Silali rumored. Okay, bet. If Silali gets a 5-star skin, I am C6ing Silali. I am C6ing Silali. Okay, maybe not. I will at least pull Silali for sure. I might C6 Silali. It depends on how nice the skin is, I think. I will get as many constellations as I rate the skin out of 6, I guess. Does that make sense? So if I rate it 0 out of 6, I will get C0, and if I rate it 6 out of 6, I'll get C6. Silali and Charlotte are rumored summer skin? Oh, okay. Oh, that would be really cool, actually. Huh. But is it 5-star though, guys? Is it 5-star though? If it has to be a 5-star skin. If it's a 4-star skin, it doesn't count. Cause then they're just, you know, whatever. But now that you say it, Oh yeah, wait, is it summer patch next patch? Or is it, I guess it is, huh? Summer patch next patch. Because the next patch after is already Snitch Probably not 5-star? Ah. See, that's how they get you. It's not 5-star. It's gotta be a 5-star skin, man. It's Summer Quest. Nice. I kind of like the Summer Quest. Wait, so it's Silali and Charlotte? So we're getting free Charlotte? Yes! Let's go! Free Charlotte! Dude, I love Charlotte so much, guys. One of my favorite Fontaine characters. Even before Fontaine, when she was like flying around, I already liked her. Charlotte's so cute. She's so cute. I'd rather not spend $30 on the skin. I would spend it. Then again, I don't have to spend it because I've collected all these Genesis crystals. See, the secret to my Welkin purchases is not actually to get the primos, it's to get Genesis stockpile over time so I can buy skins. That's the true secret. I played from 2 years and I haven't even got one copy of Layla. Oh wait, Layla was given out for free though. I'm guessing, yeah, because you've only been a recent player, so you didn't get Layla in the event where she was free. She was free in one of the, I think it was maybe a Fontaine event, I don't remember. But yeah, that's how I got Layla. She was free at one of the events. It's honestly really hard to get the 4 stars, right? Because again, there's no 4-star pity. And everybody will tell you don't pull for the 4 stars. Except that some of these 4 stars are really important in some of these teams. You know? They really need to give us 4-star pity. Come on, Hoyo. Shadow's one of my favorites too, nice. I got Yeah, I just think Charlotte's like character design, like outfit is just super cute. And then I have a thing for pink haired girls, I guess. The pink hair is too good. The pink bob cut help me. Help me. The pink bob cut. I can't resist. Sakura fan, exactly. I got C1 Chaska before Aurora. Aurora's actually pretty legit, for sure. Yeah, the pink haired girls, man, like Yaimiko. Who else is pink haired? Charlotte, Yaimiko. I guess there's some. I guess Dory is kind of pink haired. She doesn't count though, she's a granny. Oh, Silali as well, right? Silali is kind of pink haired. Yep. Go to Stario's plenty of pinky hair, true, I guess. Maybe at some point if I play Stario, I get all the pink hair characters. Also, Stariel is getting another Fate collab. Where's my Fate collab in Genshin Hoyo? Where is it? Where is it? Please give Fate collab. Please. I beg. I beg. Apparently a Pinky Yae Sakura now that. Ooh, okay, interesting. I can't believe Stariel got both Saber and Rin before we even got anything. We got Saber in Stariel, we got Rin Tosaka, getting Gilgamesh as well. Dang. Stariel fans eating good, to be honest. Maybe I should be starting Stariel. Do I actually have a Stariel account? I don't think so. I think I only have a ZZZ one. Because there was a quest to like... I think there was a quest at one point that you got points for downloading the app or something. So I did. And I played it for a little bit and I was promptly stopped playing. But I don't think I picked up Stariel before actually. I know when it first released, a couple of us wanted to do like no wish runs on Stariel, but I think people dropped that challenge really quickly once they realized it was not very feasible. Shut up and enjoy your alloy. Oh my gosh, I actually have been enjoying my alloy though. I've been using alloy in the chessboard match. Weekly pause. She's actually been pretty legit there. You give free Gilga Smash. Gilga Smash, let's go. Also, advantage for Saber Archer is still there. Oh yeah, I heard. Like it doesn't go away or something. You can gamble even if you log in now. Nice. Do they give me enough pulls though? That's the question. I mean, then again, I don't even play the game. What's the point of getting a character that I'm never gonna play again? Maybe it's just for show, guys. It's all just for show. All just for show anyway, right? So, I feel like I missed one of these. Hold up. It's anniversary? Oh, is it anniversary? Nice. Is that why they're giving out a bunch of rewards right now? Because of Honkai Star Rail anniversary? Are anniversary rewards better than Genshin's anniversary rewards? I mean, yeah. Genshin anniversary rewards be like, here's 10 wishes. And some quality of life updates. But we're not gonna give you artifact loadouts. No way. Alright, here's a 5-star selector or something, but we're only gonna put crappy characters on the selector. And we know enough about the meta, so we know which characters to put on the... Gil being free has nothing to do with Annie. I guess that might just be more of a... Oh, is Gilgamesh 4-star being free, or... Is he 4-star? I guess Tosaka would probably be the 5-star, he's probably more popular, I guess. He's 5-star but free? Oh, okay, even better then. That's pretty good. I'm probably more excited about Tosaka though. Yo, for real, should have just given us one of the coming buff characters. Yeah, exactly. Just here, you give us a free 5-star selector. Sure, can you just give us a free character that's actually gonna be usable and, you know, not. Hey, or like, hey, temper thyself. Can I just pick a character instead of being forced to pull on standard banner to have? Please select the character. Okay, Hoyo, let me select the character. Let's see what character I can pick. Oh. Never mind, I guess. Hoyo's scared of giving us standard characters? Come on, guys. Seriously. There hasn't been a 4-star for a very long time. Oh my gosh. Stario made that you can add old 5-star which you can add in place of old standard units to lose on. Oh, okay. Which is technically better, I guess. More pooler, right? It would be nice to like lose to like maybe slightly off meta characters, but not necessarily like straight up unusable characters, right? So that would be better. For like almost 2 years, oh my gosh, for 4-star, like free Yae, Rio, Sino, yeah, why not? I mean, at that point, like it honestly doesn't hurt that, like it really doesn't. It really, truly doesn't. Or give a free 4-star, like, hey, it says select 5-star, right? It says like you can select any 5-star, right? What would be fair is, hey, maybe I don't want a 5-star. Let me select any 4-star I want. Then bam, I'm gonna select Rosaria Shabu's Kuki Shinobu, right? Like, even that would be better. Like, wow. Wow, just give me a free 4-star selector, honestly. Just give me a free 4. We need to get the free standard 5-star selector. Let's add a free 4-star selector. I want to see free limited 5-star character banner from 1.0 to 3.8 patch. It really doesn't, it only helps people who use those. Yeah, exactly, people like me, it helps people like me. Selector. It only helps people like me, basically. Selector. I want a selector free limited 5-star banner from 1.0 to 3.8 patch. I think that would be fair. That was a time when like the 5-stars were not that power creepy, so that is completely fair, I would say. Honestly, if Temper Thyself just gave out the actual character, it would also be completely fair. Give Alloy some cons, yeah. Just a lot. Give Alloy some cons, and then I can pick Alloy on the con selector. Sorry, messages were taken out of context because of delay. Oh, no worries. The delay is kind of weird for sure. But yeah, definitely it would be nice to have like an actually good selector, or 4-star Liga selector, just make it 4-star all nation selector. I think that would be fair. But God forbid we ask for quality of life. God forbid we ask for things in Genshin. Toyo's like, nope, you guys, we have been generous enough. Apparently, we have been listening to player feedback according to them, and I'm like, yep, I guess, question mark, maybe. If you say so, I guess, if you say so. Oh, hell no, not a review. Do you do character reviews? Yeah, I don't mind doing reviews. Don't worry about it, bro. Flex. Yeah, but if you want, but if you want to call it a character flex, just be honest and call it a character flex. I don't mind doing a character flex. Or review. Not a flex since my character is level 80. Okay, okay. That works as well. That works as well. Yeah, feel free to just drop your UID or something. Let me know what character you want me to look at. 777, can you please tell me how to improve my 100 to 400 crit 50k HP C6 R5 newbie? Clueless. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you gotta, especially for that one, you gotta remove all the artifacts. And then, like, if you have Tome of Eternal Flow or something, I think that one you need to hit the bin button. That will level it up. You can choose. Okay, let me take a look. Let's see what this how this goes. Character reviews be like that for thank you, streamer Kappa.
きっとみんなまだ頑張っている
Ain't
でしょ
no why.
だったら私たちも怠けてられないそうだよね
Let's see here. Where flowers awaken. Alright, let me pull this up. I haven't pulled this up in a long time actually. Anchor.
いつになったらお姉ちゃんみたいに背が高く
Guys, what's the Anchor website again? Let me just. I need to use my own command here. Oh wait, is Stream Elements gone? I think Stream Elements is gone, guys. I think Stream Elements is officially gone, guys. Yo, I have a 1% gene. Yeah, I think Stream Elements has officially gone. I think for a while they've been dying or something, and I think they finally shut down. Whoa. 2%. Top 1400 gene, very nice. Alright. Taking a look at Purple Fox account here. Ooh. They're all level 80? Very cool. Okay, I'll look at my favorite characters. So that would be oh, look at this Mavica. Sitlali! C1 Sitlali, let's go! Look, pink hair girl. Pink hair girl. Very cute. EM, okay. Okay, very sacrificial frags, okay. That makes sense. That kinda makes sense.
眠くなっちゃうよ
Does it make sense to use her, like, shield twice, though? I guess it's just for generating energy, I guess. You don't really stack double shield. Definitely seems weird, but generating the energy twice kinda makes sense, I guess. I just checked my Alaska. Ooh, okay. Alaska Air?
なななななななな
Like when you're too lazy. You can use shield twice to put her in Night Soul instead of casting her burst. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. So casting the shield twice gives her like the Night Soul bonus done. Gotcha, gotcha. Very cool, very cool. Look at this. Mostly it's EM, right? I think you only just need to stack EM and maybe some ER. But probably mostly just EM on her, so that's very
い
cool.
つになったらお姉ちゃんみたいに
Shilonen.
背が高くなるんだろう
Sharpshooter's Oath? Dang! Is this a really good 3-star weapon? Increases damage against weak spots by 48%. Huh, interesting. Does this actually work on Chaska, or how does this... Never seen people use this before, but... I guess it kind of makes sense, huh? If you're like, enemy or... Does she auto-target weak spots on the enemies?
きっとみんなまだ頑張っているんでしょだった
Yeah, that's how I use her on my... on non-melt on my... Oh, interesting. So like she actually auto-aims on the weak spots then. That's pretty cool. How is it for CD percent? Crit damage. Oh yes, it does give you crit damage percent. Who knows? Moalani? Varesa. Witsif, let's go. Witsif, pretty good. Ooh, I don't even know what artifact set what this does. After equipping, it uses a plunging. Oh, this is the plunging set. The one I never farmed. Rio, also Witsif. R5 Witsif. You gave the better Witsif to Rio. Look at this. Rio main confirmed. Furina with R1. Wait. Wow, Furina's the only one. Oh wait, you did get Skirk one as well. Oh wait, and you did get these ones as well. Alright, well, let's go Furina, R1 Furina. Although I do think C2 is probably between C0, R1, and yeah, I guess you need the drip. You just gotta have the drip, man. That's what you need. Gotta have the drip. Crit damage 208, very nice ratios here. HP, I don't know what the cap for Furina should be. Those Misario, just when he sprints you get the best view. Best view? Best view of what? Of like his booty? C2 when I get Sugar Daddy. 40k is ideal for Furina, I think. Yeah, I don't actually know how much HP she needs. R1's pretty cool though. Crit damage. Azorlight Skirk. Finale of the Deep. This is the zero elemental energy. This is still this artifact set still the only Skirk uses this, right? Like no other character uses this right now. This is such a like specific coded artifact set. I get there's a it's a straight picture. There's a YouTube video. You should look it up. I don't know if I want to look this up. Hate that domain. Yeah, it's so inefficient because only she uses it. Linnea Slingshot, let's go! Love me some R5 Slingshot. Also, the new artifacts set. Oh, it's not the new one. This is the kind of new one, albeit. Oh, and she builds defense. Okay, right. So this is why I need to keep my defense lunar sets. Granted. Alright, I need to keep my defense double crit sets as well for the albeit lunar sets. Nefer, EM. Builds EM but also crit, I guess. Pretty good crit ratio here with Dawning. R2, dang! R2. Very interesting. Was this like a double? Did you get a double? That's why it became R2? Usually people don't pull like R2. It's either R5, R1, or just not have it at all. Yeah, I hate that Rio Cookie be giving the cake when they sprint. Man, I don't have cookies. Saber's not engaged. Smooch. Don't have to be engaged to admire Rio's bakery. Oh my gosh. Yes, it came double. Ah, very nice. Bro, my ult, I got Columbina, let's go. Oh, I like it. Geez, this one's the HP percent version. Alright, so Columbina's HP percent. Make sure I keep my HP percent. I'll bait sets as well. So honestly, I keep a lot. For the lunar sets, I keep EM, I keep defense, I keep HP with crit. So pretty much anything. Do I keep attack? I will still keep attack, right? Because we're off piece. I basically keep everything pretty much. The lunar set seems pretty good to farm then. Especially the all bait set. If I ever farm lunar, I guess. Very nice, very nice. Thanks for sharing, Purple Fox. AR50 though, dang. I mean, you have a lot of well-built characters for only being AR50, I will say. It's pretty impressive actually. Very nice, very nice. You're at 11-3, 27 star on Spiral Abyss. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, AR50, I think that makes sense. And it does feel like... Although in 2 years, I think you probably could have reached AR60, but you might not have been playing all the way. I got R5 Chaska restart weapon before I got the 5-star... Wait, I got R5 Chaska restart weapon before I got the 5-star weapon. Flower wreathed feathers. Oh, R5. I win my 50/50s pretty often. Nice account. Yeah, this is pretty legit. Like for an account that's like only AR50, you have like a lot of really good, like a spread of teams here. Like you got like the Mavikas, you got the Skirk teams. You even have like the imported Lunar Bloom. I guess the one thing you might not have is Lunar Charge, but between Lunar Bloom and Lunar Crystallize, you're probably covered there. Lunar Charge, I think, is like not as important. or a lot of boss mechanics, I think. I think Lunar Bloom and Lunar Crystallize are good enough. So I think you made a lot of really good choices here. Thanks, yeah, exactly. And like being lucky definitely helps. Like my phone autocorrects some BS. I put 4-star and it changed to restart. Oh wait. R5 Chaos got 4-star weapon before I got the 5-star. I have to buy Nefer teams. I don't like Flynn's and Nefer. I like Nefer. I'm not sure if I like Flynn's though. I think Nefer is really cute. A little bit weird to call a robot a waifu, but who doesn't like a maid robot, guys? Like, I'd take a maid robot any day. I have Zubai and Nefertiti, we're opposite. Despise Nefer and Zubai. Everybody has their own tastes. I think Nefer's design is pretty cool. Zubai I definitely don't like that much, but Linnea's really cute. So Linnea would do it for me. From a character and design perspective, so Flint is my only lunar team. I see. Nefer hot? I think her design is cool, but also yeah, she's hot. She's pretty hot. She do be pretty hot. Nefer could honestly be like an evil character. But honestly pass off as like a antagonist of the game, right? Don't you think? Her design is so bad, oh my gosh. Don't you hate on my Nefer? And her dialogue is boring? Dialogue could be better, I guess. LT. I might shock you all with which character I hate. Ooh, which character do you hate? I think I'm not gonna say like Nefer is like #1 on the list, but I also wouldn't say like she's bad. It's like I think she's pretty cool. I can see why people will like her. She talks very cringy. Lamau. Wait, are you talking about specific like EN boys or CN boys, or are you talking about in general? She doesn't talk cringy in Japanese for sure. But I mean, she puts Dory in the dirt, which is funny. Oh. That is pretty funny, I guess. Her interactions with Dory. Although I think that's more Dory being funny than Nefer being funny. Arlie and Yelan do it better. Way more interesting. Oh, you mean like the cool girl idea? Like trying to be a cool girl archetype? That's why you brought up Arlie and Yelan. Or like a menacing... that archetype, yeah. Yeah, I guess there's definitely some sense of like, if they rehash an archetype a bit too often, it can start to feel old, right? It can start to feel like if this is the same thing over and over again, maybe it's just not very fresh from that perspective. I can see what you mean. I would say Arlecchino is slightly different though. Like how would I put it? I would say like Nefer and Yelan are like schemy types, right? Like they plan stuff and like they will scheme a lot. They even have like a little bit of a small sparring dialogue match. But I think Arlecchino is slightly different. Arlecchino, I don't think she strikes me as a very schemy type, right? Like someone who likes to like come up with plans to fool other people, right? I don't think Arlecchino is quite that type. She's definitely still like the imposing, strong female character type, but not necessarily I would put in the same category as Yelan and Nefer, if that makes sense. Honestly, Arlecchino could have been a guy. Could have just been a really hot, tall male character. I probably would have been fine with it. Raiden, I won't keep going, but there are at least 50 more characters. Raiden, I feel, is a bit aloof. She is threatening and stuff, but she definitely is a bit more aloof of a character. Arlo could have been a guy, that's a hot take. Like, her literal name is Otosan, like, father, right? She's very, like, how do I put it? Bi-coded, I guess, in the sense that she has appeal from both, like, masculine perspective and also feminine perspective, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like, because she is like father, like she takes on a very like masculine role in the story. So yeah, pretty bi-coded. She might have. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. So, and those kind of characters tend to do really well, I guess. Because they have like broad appeal, right? You have appeal to like both genders. So, with how tight her pants are, we know. As Rosaline, wait, hold up here. Are you suggesting something about Rosaline? Didn't Rosaline have like a lover who died or something and that's why she became crazy? Or was that someone else? I don't remember. Like maybe not. Did they do the thing? They both can take intense heat. Intense heat, you say? I guess Rosaline can take intense heat. It was definitely interesting though. Remember like back in the day, like we thought like every one of the Harbingers were gonna have like one vision and then a delusion, and then it turns out Arlecchino has both a pyro vision and a pyro delusion. And like completely subverted everyone's expectations. Because before then it's always been like, you know, Rosaline has like cryo vision and pyro vision and cryo delusion or something, and then Child had hydro electro. And it turns out like Arlecchino dropped and it was like, nope, I'm just pure pyro. Pure Crimson Moon. Exactly, I Gazillion saying she knows what's there. What happened to my Christian family friendly stream? Exactly, this is a Christian family friendly stream, guys. Let's try to keep it that way. Just don't go too crazy on the Guys, what is this? What is this? We are a Catholic stream, apparently. But Arlecchino is actually pretty well one of the better written characters, I think. It's just a shame that I don't like her grey outfit style, but from a design perspective, I can't fault them. It is a pretty good design. Check the box. I really should have brought Lunar for this one. This is a mistake. You don't like Zubaida because she's monocolor to your eyes? Yeah, kind of. I wouldn't say it's monocolor, I would say it's more of like that specific grey whitish color style, I guess. Like there are a lot of characters that are monocolor. There are other characters that are like different colors that I probably don't mind as much. Oh, actually, how do I do chill damage there? Oh no, it's because I did the thingy. That's why. I did the press the button to do true damage thing. I'm real talk, you'll never hear my repeat this. Actually, I think her design is really good. The jade and gold is gorgeous. I mean, if you like it. I despise Linnea, so it's a by association. Are you pulling Loan or skipping? Nah. Oh, I guess Loan is out right now, huh? You do be out right now. I'm done pulling till SNES. This is true. This is a good strategy. This is a very good strategy, in fact. The Naya's only, what, 2 patches away, right? Yeah, that's completely fair. But once it drops this Naya, oh boy, you gotta be prepared to pull every banner for the first, like, 4 patches, right? You better be prepared for that. So everybody gotta be saving, you know? And I think like every major patch, like the power creep jumps quite a bit. So like there's a big step up. Just like we had with Lunar, there's a big step up. Well, there will be a big step up once we hit Snizznaya. I saw some Pantaloon meme being Pyro who uses a lighter big smoking device. What is this? He was definitely talking a lot about smoking. I unloaded all my primos this patch. Oh. Yeah, I guess you got 1 patch to save up, I guess. Summer event patches, I think, are bigger patches, right? In terms of primos, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be good. That'll be good. Summer event primos. I don't know what you're saying. Luna did not ramp up the power creep Natlan immediately. The Abyss HP did. The Abyss HP absolutely did. I don't know if I can... it doesn't show anymore though. Like they took down the site, so I guess I can't really show you anymore. Do they still show like Abyss HP these days? Like I feel like they cracked down on the main sites. I don't know where to find like the new Abyss HPs anymore. We're talking about character pulling? No, Brushy. You were talking about character pulling, but I specifically meant power creep in terms of Abyss. So sorry if I didn't clarify that, but I meant, when I said power creep, I meant like the Abyss HP was going up. That's why you have to pull for the characters. That's what I meant, okay? So sorry if you misunderstood there, but what I meant to say was, you have to pull for the characters because they're going to power creep Abyss. That's my point. Because Abyss HP is gonna go up really quickly, so you need to have all the characters in the meta in the first couple. Like basically you have to pull all of the patches to get there. Next patch we'll have a map expansion. Bro, what do you mean? To beat last Knuckle Duckle Dyer, I need 80 million DPS. Man, the Knuckle Duckles. Honestly, Knuckle Duckle has one of my favorite battle soundtracks. I honestly don't mind fighting him just to hear the soundtrack. Mavica Premium. Mavica Premium indeed. But yeah, you basically have to like pull to avoid a hard time, I guess. It is honestly a good reason to pull. Yeah, shield so much HP. Just check YouTube, Pantaloon gameplay. It's 3D designs in Natlan map. No spoilers here, GG, by the way. So like, I've generally been like lenient about like character banner stuff, but like when it comes to like actual like content, like let's try to stay away from spoilers. A lot of it's also like I kind of want to be surprised about the animations and stuff, and like the new areas and stuff. So it's not a spoiler; it's a meme. I don't know. I'm gonna still call it a spoiler because it's still like I can't tell whether it's real or not, right? So, and if it's a meme, then I'm also not interested in it. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. You said you need to pull the latest character immediately when Stationary drops to combat power creep. I'm saying you will be gone with. You'll be good with not quite characters. Is that what you're saying? Because power creep won't be immediate. Yeah, true. The power creep won't drop until 3rd patch. Yeah, I guess it might not be like the full scale until 3rd patch. But you probably won't have to pull the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, right? To get the characters in the team needed for the 3rd patch, right? So maybe it's not like immediate, but you need to start pulling for the teammates, right? I think maybe as early as Syndrome actually, like next patch, you probably have to pull for Syndrome first, so that you can get the full team by the time you hit 3rd patch. Like, because you can't like, I guess maybe 3rd patch they will rerun, maybe, and then you can save yourself in 4th patch or something. That's also possible, but you may miss 1 or 2 cycles if you don't start pulling the core members of the team, which none of us know what the core members of the team are, so you kind of just have to like trust. Oh no, likely we'll need everybody starting with 7.0 if you want their premium by 3rd patch. Yeah, exactly. But it's also like not confirmed, right? What the premium will be, right? So it's a little weird. It is a little weird. Like you expect a bit of a guessing game here, a bit of following leaks, I guess. But also like you know, there's a good chance you need at least 1 character from each patch. So you just have to be smart about somehow predicting the future, or like being diligent enough to know like this one's probably going to be the one that works well with Tsaritsa, you know. Which for the average person playing Genshin is probably not very easy. Not for the average gamer playing Genshin, I think. To be able to predict which teammates are. I wonder like how much of the that's why you just pull who you like. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, a lot of people probably don't pull for meta anymore, to be honest. Mostly because they have seen the light. They have realized it is a futile endeavor. Look at Outcry, who could you escape? It depends on your endgame clearing priority. I think you probably could have skipped Flint, I think? Probably could have skipped Flint's and Nefer. Linnea was probably not a skip. You probably could have skipped Lauma and Nefer, honestly. Because I believe Crab Boss can be dealt with Hyperbloom. I think a lot of people have done Hyperbloom clears of that one. The bro skipping the whole nation. Oh, you didn't. I didn't say Columbina. I didn't say Columbina. You don't skip Columbina. Oh, you're just saying one? Oh, okay, most skippable. Oh, I thought you want me to list all the skippable ones. Most skippable is probably Flint's, I would say. Debating between Flint and Lauma. I just don't know Lauma enough to be able to know what she does. Maybe Lauma is pretty important. But again, only for Nefer, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, in Nefer, Columbina seems to be enough for Lunar Charge, so... If you skip Lauma, you skip Nefer. Yeah, exactly, they're like peas in a pod, essentially. Like, it's not either Lauma or Nefer, it's both Lauma and Nefer when you're considering it. It's hard to... You know, it's hard to say one or the other there. You skip the Nefer, you break your account, assuming you pull Columbina. Isn't that more like you skip Columbina, you break your account then? Also, the other thing about breaking your account, guys, like... This is getting a bit far, right? Like let's chill a little bit on the brick your account thing. Let's give players a little bit of a break here, right? The general discourse of bricking your account is a little unhealthy. Let's just put it down. It's a meme, relax. I know it's a meme, but like let's chill on this. Let's chill about this a little bit. Mostly because I was like the poor guys. They're like very poor people on like, oh, here's my account brick, and then they're very sad. I'm like, bro, stop. You got to stop listening to all of this nonsense. Like, there's no such thing as bricking your account. Okay. It's not like you make a mistake in life and then your life is bricked. Okay, that's not how it works. There's always a future. You can always do something good, something that improves your account going forward. Indeed. Alright, let me take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Also, one thing I realized is that even though I mute my mute button on my microphone is not working anymore. Like, I'm still somehow talking even though I muted my microphone. So I need to mute like over here. Go spend 600k premiums on standard, then you'll know true bricking. That is kind of bricking, yeah, that is true. I did have a friend who actually did that. After they stopped no-wish, they spent it all on standard. Brushy got that cringe never sass right now. Oh my god. That's sass. No, but one of what our basically like our leader of No Wish basically did exactly that. But then they weren't gonna play Genshin anymore anyway, so you know, it is what it is. I think they wanted to do it. To me, it felt like a complete waste, of course. But I mean, if they're not really gonna play anymore, then and they just wanted to see their luck. And honestly, their luck was better than I was. They used, I think, at least 400k primos, I think, and they only got 1 Diluc. They had C0 Diluc. And me, I barely used anything and I've already got Diluc. Help! Honestly, their luck was pretty good. They had really high con Jean and really high con Mona as well. Alright, I'll be right back. You did not hear a thing, but you don't lie. I had it muted the entire time. There was definitely one thing I wanted to do here, which was to do some of these Yaholder quests. So, you know how Yaholder can get intel from folks? I need to find more folks to get intel from. Like this guy. I think I only get intel if I haven't done it before, right? So I need to find new people to get intel from. I need to find more folks, I guess. Jurva. Natashka! She's right here! Natashka! I didn't realize she was just out in the open world. She's the guy who helped us beat Raskolnikov. Oh, I found one. Harshin. Academia researcher, parrot, scholar, and true well spoken only in nonsense, author, criticism, and pseudo remove your history. In any case, there's Naya. Are you writing a thesis? Of course. Do you consider outgoing characters that haven't been announced as leaks? Yes. Well, of course it is, but I mean, are they acceptable? Generally yes, unless it's like story relevant. Unless it's story relevant. Like, for example, Panis is coming out. I don't know. If it was Panis coming out, then yeah, that would be pretty story relevant. But like, who else could be like pretty story relevant? Like Tsaritsa coming out doesn't really count because we all know Tsaritsa's coming out. Like that's not. Play with the Tori is not acceptable. Yeah, it's not acceptable. That would not be acceptable. But the Tori is not playable, confirmed. What? He's dead. I think he's dead. No, he should be dead at this point. Oh, he died in the last Archon Quest too. You're interested in research too? I'll lay out the basic outline. Current thesis follows I want to prove the academic experiment of flat surface flowing to the void. That its edge is right here in Nordcry. But I believe that what we know is surface of the fiction does not. Maybe since Naya is a fiction. Nordcry is at the edge of the world and no country project exists beyond. Sounds not like Remuria. This guy doesn't think this Naya is real. There's no Naya, it doesn't exist. It's a creature bigger than future from Nordcry. But the Fatui are everywhere. Have you seen Naya for yourself, or have you only heard of it from people hiding behind masks? Wandering mercenary is no different from the Aramites. Well, this guy's gotta think, guys. But Naya doesn't actually exist. This guy do be cray. Bro spoiled it for Rem? Wait, what do you mean? Totori died in the last Archon Quest. What do you mean? He's actually dead. I think Rem completed the last Archon Quest, right? We killed him like... No, actually it was not even last... Was it last Archon? Yeah, I guess it was the last Archon Quest. It was like 3 patches ago. What patch is Rem on? I'm not sure. The Tori is dead. No matter how you try to pull it, he's dead. Columbina killed him. I guess together we killed him, but you know, Columbina did the final blow. This was a cutscene where he ditched it. I need to find more intel, guys. Sussed? Nothing sussed about this, guys. Nothing sussed about this. I need to find more intel, though. I think every week I'm supposed to find 5 intel. I only found like 2 this week. Hitting the same people doesn't give me intel, right? Only like the different people gives me intel. Like this guy doesn't give me intel.
こいつこの前ナドクライとスネージナヤを結ぶ秘密の近道を探してほしいとか頼んでたな。そんな情報があったとして教えると思うか？
Is there a way to see the other intel I can get? I wonder. Oh wait. Oh, it says nav. Maybe this area. Maybe this area. Oh, you know what? Flagship probably has a bunch of people. Oh, wait, this guy. Kolitsny. Dunyasha, Andre, eldest daughters, this time noble house, run away out of spite. Noble connections could be worth leveraging. Okay. Wait, we should talk to her. Let's take her pick. They can't be modified into anything military grade. What a waste of genius. Quickly developed to domestic purposes. Sure. Or what? One was a popular leader of the bandit group, helps caravans to aid the poor, albeit regarded as a symbol, righteous tribe. Unlimited willingly decided to be a housekeeper. Lord Sangamaha Bay's representative. And you are Urwa. Okay. How many did we get? I'm pretty sure we'll get more of the flagship, so let's go in there. Oh, Almasov. Common for to a spell for selling Shotui supplies, no evidence of being a spy, likely just in it for the money. You just play as soon as you can, your flagship. Between Pluto there, follow all his schemes. My friends who took up those jobs just vanished. Uh-oh. I shot Amora. After slaying away, they fired me for a credit breach of contract. I didn't get a silly single coin. Embarrassing as I was, poor guy. Gives me a leaking that because every treasure was ever classified to begin with. I just had a lot of treasure hunters halting schemes to get their hands on the treasure. A lot of people trying to break the heavy guard the time bureau and calling for the window and the treasure serves them right. Lord Kave Bay, what is this? What is this? Sangamaha Bay somehow. Right, are there any intels in here? ND. Nope. Is Dendron's notebook still here? Oh, it's not. Okay. So it does disappear after a while. Or did I take it? Maybe I took it. That's why it's not there anymore. Dendron's notebook. Is it a quest item? Maybe? Fusion Profusion DJ Remix. Wait a sec, this is not the one. Cheval Marine Amusement Park. Isa Baja's VIP Pass. I would like that. The Art of Negotiations. Whoa. Whoa. Photo of calling the whale. Little carried by the wind. What is all of this? Cargo crate filled with heavy parts. Lost balloon. There's definitely some world quests I haven't done yet. What is this? Wangshan Hall backup key. Oh wait. I heard I can get something from the Curatorium of Secrets. As Yahoda. I heard. So let me try. Also, it keeps saying second floor of the Curatorium of Secrets, but I've never been able to access the first floor, I guess. Neferu. What am I looking for here? Aha! View letter. Letter that you always look at. Rescue another cat again. Wait, is this a voice quest? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've stumbled into voice quest. Wait, let me just check if it's a voice quest or not. Is this a voice quest, guys? Yahoda letter quest. After completing all above. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is just a meow. Let me test it, guys. Oh no, it's not voice. Okay, it's just a meow. Whew. Ashru, come, lend me your paws. I need to open this letter. Meow, 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 meow. Asu is a very cool cat, guys. Look at him. Oh wait, is this the same dialogue? What is this? I really lost the commission letter. Little time. Let's see how much we made recently. Nothing here but silver paper. The bonus doesn't come from this block, you should have coded it properly afterwards. The bonus is right here. Okay, thanks boss. Boss, I was just doing a cash count. I'll get to work now, right now. Stop right there. Yes, boss. Lock the box properly. Yes, boss. Now you can go. Yes, boss. I love it. Oh, we got Mora though. 100k Mora. We'll take it. We'll take it. What does the message board do? Your commission, please direct your request to Yahoda. Oh, Jet is here. Nice. Where did I even been to dig up these books? I think I found the right parts. It's 50 yards be as efficient as ever. Only if you actually find an authentic Contanian chef. Very cool. Wait, doesn't mean we found Escoffier? Escoffier? Perhaps? Mayhaps? Let's open up this last part of the map. I'm at like 80% completion on Dorman Port right now. Actually, what is his charge attack? Diluc's charge attack is pretty funny. I can't place my finger on it, but it kind of looks a bit weird. How am I supposed to get to the other side? Oh wait, there's one over there. Can I reach it though? Is it gonna let me reach it? Oh no, I'm falling off the cliff. Alp. Yeah, I guess I can just climb. Oh, the Domain Keeper's here too? I thought they only existed in Temple of Space. I guess this area might be like an extension of it. Alright, good night guys, Manisa's making you play Roblox. Alright, no worries. Thanks for hanging out, Rim. Hope you enjoy Roblox. Alright, I'm running away. Me is running away. Oh, this is actually on the way to the old sanatorium site. Really didn't think the Domain Keepers would be in this part of the world, but I guess they are, huh? So there's actually one here, and I think one Domain Keeper spawn here. I'm trying to hit that way though. Cause I want to unlock that waypoint. Ooh, okay, so it's not a mountain. It's just like a crater, I guess. Should be able to glide to the waypoint pretty easily from here. Was it all the way down? Here it is. Oh, okay, so this is where you fight the Malanta boss, I guess. You have to create this entire arena just for one guy.
我が心を見極めるがいい。採血の
そこだ。
排除せねば。
Yep. Now that we've unlocked that, we can come back here. You know, I noticed that Lohan was hanging around Millhaven a little bit. I wonder what that was about. What are you doing here, Lohan? What wind blew you in today? Resemble note. Lohan's base? You picked the about my wife. Where's Lohan's base? Owner or shut up? You know, there's always... Sometimes these ones have good stuff. Okay, in this case, not really. In this case, not really, but... Usually they sell new dishes, though. That would be spots. Owner of senses. Special perfume. Are these all like special hidden tasks or something? Actually, these are just flowers, right? You need it for the hidden exploration objective Wind's Breath. But under the effects of fragrance buff, some of the open world NPCs will give you extra dialogue and rewards. Ooh, okay. Very cool. I'll make one. Special perfume. And maybe while I'm at it, I'm gonna pick up more of these. How do I get more Windrest flowers? Wait, these are just asters though. How do I get all those Windrest flowers? Were they from random quests or what? Maybe it was from the boar quest, that's how I got the Windrest flowers. Oh, maybe it's nope. Not. Not here. Unren. Mission quest, Forest Boar and Little Witch. Go to Isava House. This. Ooh, there's a whole underground here. I'm guessing this is what makes the lighthouse like light up. Alright, and let's go.
行ってくるね、シロ。今日はお土産買ってきてあげるからおとなしくしてるのよ。私も行くわ。今日はうちに寄ってくるから遅くなるけど、夕飯までには戻るから。留守中、警察のことはしないようにね。
さて。
Time is just past 7:30. Sable's setting off without delay, so there's only one thing to do now.
さあ、昨日の続きだ。道場に行こう、セイバー。
More training?
すぐに鍛錬を始めるのですか？朝食をとったばかりですし、少し間を取るべきではないでしょうか。
心配は無用だよ。飯の後すぐ動けるぐらいには鍛えてあるし、今朝はパン食だっただろ。あんなんで胃がもたれるほど不健康な生活は送ってないぞ。
はあ、シローがいいというのでしたら私は構いませんが。
Music to my ears, that's cool, Bashi.
なら問題なし。いいから行こう。どうやったらセイバーに人たち浴びせられるか、一晩考えた成果を見せてやるから。
Oh, he's getting hit. I'm blown to the ground and by defending Sheena and not able to dodge Saber's counterattack. Haku. And holding my Sheena is numb. The counterattack received after charging her with all my might trying to overpower her. I drop my Sheena and fall on my butt.
くそ、今のはうまくいったと思ったんだけどな。
シローはその判断が甘い。いいですか？シローが捨て身になったところでサーバントは倒せません。勝ち気なのはいいですが、それも相手を見てください。
そうは言うけど、受けに回ってたらいつかはやられるだろ。チャンスがあるならこっちから攻め込まないと。
その通りですが、シローはそのチャンスの生かし方を理解していません。捨て身で仕掛けるのならば、それにふさわしい好機を待つべきです。
言われるまでもない。セイバー、 さっき少しだけよそ見をしただろう。セイバーがそんなヘマをやるなんて1日で1回あるかないかだから、ここが勝負どころだって踏んだんだが。
I'm so pulling Rin, bruh, let's go. Tosaka pulls, let's go.
とっさにその判断ができたのは評価しますが、今のはあえて作った隙です。
The legend hasn't been a character I genuinely wanted to pull so bad, dude. If I was playing Star Wars, I'd totally pull Rin Tosaka. Heck, if we have Rin Tosaka and Genshin, that's an instant C6. Like, come on, guys. Just give a man what he wants. You know, just give a man what he wants. No question. Tosaka Rin. Top tier waifu. Easily top of the top. Top of the top. I'm sure if you save enough, you'll probably be able to get her though, so no worries about that. Rare W take from Saber? Wait. Rare? What do you mean rare? Oh, like I really want the Fate collab in Genshin, to be honest, to be a real thing. That would make me really happy, actually.
この程度では動じないだろうと期待して視線をそらしたのですが、まさか一直線に踏み込んでくるとは思いませんでした。
なんか人が悪いぞ、セイバー。素人をからかってもいいことないぞ。
ないぞ。
からかってなどいません。こちらで仕掛けた策であれ、好きである以上は多少のリスクを負います。もっとも視線をそらした程度のリスクと、捨て身で突進してくる素人のリスクは計りにかけるまでもありませんが。
Gets you too serious about his lore to do collabs like that? You think it's a lore reason, Brushy, that they don't do it? Interesting. Are you saying Star Rail is not serious about its lore?
要するに小さな隙は静かにつけってことか。大振りだとせっかくのチャンスを逃す、じゃなくて隙の度合いに見合った行動を取れって言いたいのか、セイバ
ー。はい。ですから後期の大小の読み分けをしっかりしてください。ですが昨日よりは格段に生き死にの境界線には鋭敏になっていますね。危険を察知する感覚が身についてくれば、誰と戦い何を打つべきかはおのずと絞られてきますから。
Saber comments happily. I'm not meditating, she might be happy that her student has improved a bit.
そろそろ休憩時間ですね。水を汲んできましょうか、シロ。
そろそろ休憩時間ですね。But Genshin doesn't want. It would be fitting since they both have some sort of imaginary tree or whatever. But Genshin doesn't want too many outside elements to reveal the cosmology of Teyvat. I mean, they eventually gonna have to reveal it, right? At some point, Brushy. Like, they can't just hide it forever. I think they would honestly be making a mistake if they keep it a secret for too long. Like, they need to tell us things about the cosmology soon. Pretty soon, I think. Star Wars gets away because there's a whole part of the game exploring the stars. I see. They cheat because it's just exploring new worlds. You just put a collab in a new star world, I guess.
ああ、水ならいいよ。夜間持ってきたからそれで飲む。
They will tell us, but doing it through a collab isn't ideal. Yeah, I guess. I really want. So besides a Fate collab, the other one that I could really see is a Freerun collab. That would be really cool. I know we got Glider Lore, 2KFC. Yeah, I mean those collabs don't really not character collabs, just like random glider collabs I guess they've done, but I don't think that really counts, I guess. It needs to be a character, and we only got Alloy. And that was kind of a disaster, so I don't know what they were thinking there. But you see why they don't do collabs, in my opinion. Yeah, I get it, but I still wish there were, you know what I mean? Like, I can see the reasons why they don't do it, but I would still want it. Although there's definitely a sense of, would I want to sacrifice Genshin lore to have Rin Tosaka in the game? I probably would. Because it's Rin Tosaka! Look at this trade-off. Lamau. Wipe my sweat off the towel, I repair it and drink the water out of the kettle, yeah. But I don't think they'll just copy like the collab that Starreal did. Probably doesn't make sense. It would be cool though. It would be cool. Maybe they can explain it like a different reality, right? It could be a different fate, a different possibility, right? I'm sure they could work it in the lore, right? It's one of Nicole's stories and you get to pull a character from one of Nicole's stories. I don't know. Like they could be creative with it. We already have Millie Astra characters in Tevat, right? And the lore reason for that is Octavia created a space for people to... Sure, they could explain it away if they really wanted to. I exhale. The artist in the South Virginia and Tosaka, I've been fighting Saber. If it doesn't explain anything, I don't ask anything as we cross swords. I think it was better than modified. Not hoping to improve my fighting techniques, just letting my body, not my mind, get used to battle. I'm constantly to face a master. I'm thinking about how to fight. That will surely prove fatal.
やっぱり汗一つかいてないか。
一つかいてないか。Won't be able to catch up to her in a day or two. Saber is resting her body, sitting Japanese style yesterday. We're just sitting here absentmindedly. It's a break time, so I'll talk to her. I want to know why Saber is fighting. A super move even a crab can use. What is this? How is this an option? Super move even a crab can use. Why does she desire battle so much? Might be able to understand how it reminds me if I can find out why she seeks Holy Grail or the Holy Grail War. Something I can ask her.
セイバー、一つ聞くんだけど、いいかな。
はい。なんでしょう、シロ。
聞き忘れていたことなんだけど、セイバーが俺に力を貸してくれるのは、セイバー自身も聖杯が欲しいからなんだろ。なら、一体セイバーは聖杯に何を求めているんだよ。
何を持っている？
聖杯を求める理由ですか。ただ欲しいからではいけないのでしょうか。聖杯は万能の器です。手に入れれば叶わない願いはない。それを求めることに理由などありません。
違う、そういうことを聞いてるんじゃないんだ。セイバー、わざとごまかしているだろう、それ。
シロ、それは。
求める理由じゃない。叶えたい願いっていうのが何なのか知りたいんだ。けど、セイバーが言いたくないんなら言わなくていい。自分の願いなんて人に聞かせられるものばかりじゃないからな。
Saber closed his mouth awkwardly. It's only natural. Saber didn't form the contract to help me personally. The ones that got the Holy Grail out of Masters is only helping me to take share in the reward. I shouldn't be hesitating to tell a wish, and most of all, I'm the one that hears Saber describe a selfish wish. So I shouldn't have asked. Who for a person without a clear wish to ask other people's wishes?
シロ、それはマスターとしての命令ですか。
Is that a command?
いや、違う。そういうつもりじゃない。ただ、セイバーのことが気になっただけなんだ。つまらないことを聞いてすまなかった。
いいえ、確かにサーバントとしてマスターには己が望みを口にしておかねばなりません。シロ、私が聖杯を求める理由はある責務を果たすためです。私は生前に果たせなかった責任を果たすため聖杯の力を欲している。
Directly. If honest Icy says so.
責任を果たす。生前ってサーバントになる前のか。
はい。ですが、私にも本当のところはわからない。私はただやり直しがしたいだけなのかもしれません。
そうか。ともかくそれで安心した。セイバーがさ、遠坂みたいに夢は世界征服よなんて言い出したらどうしようかって心配したぞ。
はい、征服。
リンが聞いたら怒りますね。彼女はそういうことを口にする人間ではありません。彼女ならば聖杯を自分のためだけに使うでしょうが、それは決して世を混乱に陥れるものではないでしょう。
そうか？俺は違った意味であいつにだけは聖杯を渡しちゃいかんと思ってるが。
I'm not to myself.
お昼時ですね、シロ。
ああ、昼時だな。
時だな。Suppose we just both our stomachs growl.
飯にしよう。セイバーは何か食べたいものはあるか？
私は特にシロが用意してくれる食事ならおおむね満足しています。
The question is a bit strange.
じゃあ買い出しに行ってくる。昨日と同じくらいに帰ってくるから今に行っててくれ。
はい、期待しています、シロ。
You're gonna be attacked at the grocery store. Shrimp dumpling. Nice.
マスタードも買ったし、3時のお茶受けも OK と。あいついないな。まさかな。昨日いたからって今日もいるって話でもない。
Oh my god. Go straight home and visit the park. Do I go see Ilya? I'm thinking I go straight home. This is a trick question, guys. I feel like I should be going straight home. Maybe I go straight home, I encounter something. Uh-oh. Ooh, I'm home.
シロ、これはとても熱い。
セイバー猫舌だっけ？それともこういう大雑把な料理ダメとか？
いいえ、どちらも問題ありません。この暑さは面白いですし、味付けも粗雑でありながらきめ細かい気配りが感じられる。
そっか、セイバーが気に入ってくれてよかった。
はい、リンやタイガに分けてあげられないのが残念です。
Man's expression.
セイバー、足りないのならおかわり作るけど。
いえ、もう十分に堪能しました。足りないなどそのようなことはありません。
じゃあ食後のお茶にしようか。すぐに入れてくるから待っててくれ。そうだ、セイバー、たまには違ったお茶も。
Where did she go?
しかしこれは問題だ。シローの料理は美味しい。彼に今から食事を断たれてしまったら、私は間違いなく戦闘意欲をそがれてしまう。私もまだ甘い。何度か経験したはずなのですが、兵糧攻めとはかくも恐ろしいものだったのですね。
なんだ。
Doorbell.
シロー、来客のようですが。
ああ、ちゃんと聞こえた。ちょっと出てくるから、セイバーはここにいてくれ。
いえ、招かれざる客ということもありえます。万が一に備えて同行しましょう。
It's me living in the house. But
そん時はそん時か。よし、ついてきてくれ、セイバー。ただし、お客さんが普通の人だったら、おとなしくしててくれよ。
分かっています。私はシローの遠い親戚ということですね。
そうそう。それでよろしく。
それでよいし。
はい、今出ます。
I wonder if it's Ilya.
お邪魔する。
あ、
具合が悪いというから様子を見に来たぞ、エミヤ。
It's dead.
なんだ、一世か。
なんだとは失礼だな。見舞いに来た知人に対して取る態度か、それが。
なんだよこれ。リンゴ？
見舞い品だ。普段風邪一つひかぬエミヤが病欠しているのだから、それぐらいは持参する。どうしたエミヤ？果物は苦手だったか？
いや、好きだよ。そうだな。いろいろ複雑だが、気持ちはありがたく。
エミヤ、つかぬことを聞くのだが、お前の後ろにいる女性は何者だ？
何者だ？
え？
見たことのない御人だが、なぜかような女性がエミヤの家にいるのだ？
That's really a saber.
いや、彼女はセイバーって言って、その。
シローの遠い親戚です。この家の主人だったキリツグが外国にいた折、懇意にさせていただきました。先日こちらに観光に来たのですが、縁を頼りに宿を借りているのです。
ね。
エミヤのお父さんのお知り合いでしたか。聞けばかなりの旅行好きと聞いています。あなたのような人と知り合いになることもあるでしょう。
え？
ビュード異性。
なるほど。事情は分かったぞヘミア。病欠というのは口実で観光に来た彼女の案内をしていたのだな。
まあそういうことになる。
ならお邪魔しても構うまい。ここまで運んできた礼として茶でも振る舞ってくれ。ここ2日ばかり学校で起きた出来事でも世間話にしよ
う。なんだよ礼って。一応忙しいんだぞ俺。
忙しいんですよ。
世間話はまたの機会にしてくれ。
何を言っている。お前うちの前に自転車を乗り捨てていっただろ
う。そうか。竜道寺に自転車置きっぱなしだった。
だろう。それを持ってきてやったのだ。俺とて忙しい中、生徒会に行かずまっすぐ家に帰りここまで戻ってきたのだ。それでも茶の一つも出せないというのかお前は。悪いせいば少し休憩ってことでいいか。すまない。それじゃあセイバーと一星は今に行っててくれ。俺はお茶入れてくるから。一星は日本茶、セイバーは紅茶でいいんだよな。
紅茶。
私も同席するのですか？それはどうかと思います。私がいては語学友と気軽な話などできないでしょう。
そんなことないぞ。だろ一星。
女はやかましいがセイバーさんなら構わぬ。つつましい女性は文化遺産だ。
だってさ。じゃあ先行っててくれ。
はい、それは分かりましたが、シロ。
なんだ、他に何かあるのか？
飲み物でしたら私も日本茶を。緑茶は嫌いではありません。
Talk about meaningless things for an hour.
それではな。明日も休むのかエミヤは。
ああ、今週は学校には行かない。明日もセイバーに付き合ってもらわないといけないからな。
ま、あの御人と一緒なら問題はなかろう。何かと不審なところはあるが問いただすまでもない。
Den hast du das auch.
なあ、一星。お前、セイバーとは初対面だったのに機嫌が良かったけど、どういう風の吹き回しだよ。
何を言うか。これでも寺の飯で育った身だぞ。人の良し悪しぐらい見抜けなくてどうする。素性は知らぬが、あの子の霊気は澄んでいたからな。悪い人間のはずがない。
あの子の霊気。
へえ、一星、そういうことわかるんだ。ちょっと見直した。
ま、普通はわからん。だがあれぐらい飛び抜けていると未熟者でも見て取れるのだ。見習い坊主でも傍らに神仏がおられれば神気ぐらいは感じられる。つまりそれぐらいセイバーさんの佇まいは美しい。
美しい。This is rare indeed. He says praising a
そう
woman.
か。一星もセイバーのことを気に入ってくれたのか。
That's good. I was worried Issei wouldn't like her since all she did was sit there and listen silently.
当然だろう。彼女はいい子じゃないか。嫌うのは難しい。
けどな、いいやつなのはわかるんだけど、ちょっと不愛想だろ。セイバーはいつもああだから別に一星を嫌ってるってわけじゃないぞ。
え？不愛想か、あの子。
不愛想だよ。まだ笑ったこともないし、俺たちがバカ笑いしていた時だってムスッとしたままだったじゃないか。
いや、結構笑っていたが。
ね。 セイバーが腹を抱えて笑っている姿なんて想像できないぞ、俺。
いや、そういうのではなくてだな。お前が笑ってるのを見て笑っていたのだが、なんだ、気がついてなかったのか。
あのさ、それ俺のことをバカにしてるってことなんだろうか。
なるほど。また珍妙な解釈をする。ま、そのあたりは己で悩め。何事も自問することより始まるのだ。カツ。
He leaves laughing.
なんだあいつ。
なんだあいつ。If only suggested comments. Did he say goodbye to me? Ooh, magic teaching.
Oh, ちゃんと晩ご飯作ってるな、シロ。えらいえらい、感心感心。ねえ、シロ、このリンゴ食べていいの
We were looking at the apples on the table.
構わないぞ。ご覧の通り余ってるからな。一人一日3個がノルマだ。
そうなの？じゃあアップルパイでも作ろうか。主にシロがなんだけど。
On the table are the ones I watched already, but I guess he's not the type to care about such things.
まったく、せっかくの見舞い品を。
Mine? I will give my friend a card for me. To tell her. Hey, where's my gift? She might really get me to make apple pie. I'll stay for a while. Apples will do. Eat some mandarins. What in the world? I like mandarins.
藤ね、リンゴ食うのもいいけど、ちゃんとノルマは果たせよな。藤ねが買い込んだみかん、まだ段ボール1箱分残ってんだぞ。
No? What do you mean no, Brushy? You're gonna die now?
嫌なこと思い出しちゃった。もうみかんは食べ飽きたよ。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, to teeth into the apples.
何が食べ飽きただ。言っとくけど、俺は反対したんだからな。俺とさくらと藤ねしかいないっていうのに、餅は10枚近く頼むわ。段ボール3箱ものみかんは持ってくるわ。正月だからって買い込みすぎだ。もう2月だっていうのに、あと1箱余ってるじゃんか。あのまま腐らせたら、藤ねに全額払ってもらうからな。
つかぬことを聞くけど、みかんってどのくらいで傷むのかな。
ああ、常温で2週間から1ヶ月。そろそろアウトだ。
You go for a bit longer.
ゲゲ。じゃあ今まさに食べ頃腐り頃？
藤ね、間違っても一人暮らしなんかするなよな。最近の食中毒本気で怖いんだから。食べ物はちゃんと賞味期限をチェックして、夏場の魚料理も気をつけること。
魚料理？
大丈夫。そん時はシロんとこにお邪魔するから平気。余り物でいいからちょうだいね。
余り物なんかやるか、バカ。藤ねは大食いだからな。飯食いに来るならちゃんと藤ねの分も用意しとく。
I brought my gear to start preparing dinner again.
じゃあ私いっぱい稼いで食費入れてあげる。シロはキリツグさんと同じで解消なしだから、いつもお金に困ってそうだし。
言ってろ。それよりさ、なんであんなにいっぱいみかん買ったんだよ。さくらはああいう果物嫌いだし、俺だって食べる方じゃないって知ってるだろ。
Opportunity, so I asked her a question. I've been wondering since New Year.
別に あ、けどオレンジペコって響きいいよね。
Orange Peko. Well, I guess it was stupid for me to hope for a logical answer from Fujine. Original dinner and the time has passed, so Fujine and Saber are in the living room, only Tosaka was absent.
あいつ
Oh no, what happened to
外
Tosaka?
で何かあったんじゃないだろうな。
Do I have to save Tosaka? That's made big
ちょっ
mistakes
と見てく
sometimes.
るか。
Just around the house. Expected already instant I try to leave, the door opens and Tosaka and Akoto arrives home. Woo, Tosaka's back.
遠坂。
ただいま。何？エプロン姿でお出迎え？割と似合ってるじゃない、そういうの。
Tosaka,別にteaching about he's scared. Kawaii ga. People get put a serious bit of joking out of
Tosaka.
serious.
お前。
Small stain of blood and a swollen index finger. Uh-oh. Masaka.
遠坂。とてつもなく悪い予感を口にするんだが。
何よ。つまんないことなら聞かないわよ。
いや、お前さ、もしかして誰か殴ってきたんじゃないのか。
ご名答。何かとやかましい神事にナックルパートを見舞いしてきたわ。
Nakuru Pato. Oh my gosh. She snorts and passes by me. Some knuckles for Shinji. And the blood on the hand is setting in the finger. Hang on.
待て待て待て待て、神事を殴ったってどういうことだ、遠坂。
うるさいわね。気に食わなかったからギッタンギッタンにしてやっただけよ。
Gitan, Gitan. Oh my gosh. Gitan, Gitan to be severely beaten up.
ギッタンギッタンって、ナックルパートってベアか。
Bear ka.
ベアもベア。グリズリー級にベアよ。
Easily bear. There's a joker. Grizzly bear. A brief silence. I don't know what to say. You could have thrown a signature pebble at him. Exactly.
話を戻そう。神事を殴ったって言うけど、どうしてそんなことになったんだよ。
どうしてそのこと？
殴って当然じゃない。私に自分と組めだの、シローは使えないやつだから見限れだの言うからよ。人を呼びつけておいてつまんないこと言うから、殴りつけて黙らせたの。
Is that a little too short-tempered, Tosaka? Or could it be? She said something stupid enough to piss off the ever-calm Tosaka.
何よその目。言っとくけど、被害者は私の方よ。
いや、それは両成敗だろ。
Ryoseibai. I like that word. Equally responsible. Ryoseibai.
にしても、なんでシンジが遠坂にそんな話をするんだ？あいつ、俺に協力しないかって持ち出してきたんだぞ。
さあ、あいつ、シローにライバル意識でもあるんじゃない？私とシローが一緒に住んでるって教えてからかなりおかしくなってたし。
住んでること教えたって遠坂、シンジに俺たちのことを話したのか？
ええ、話したわよ。昨日の朝だったかな。シンジのやつ、私を呼びつけて、僕もマスターになったから遠坂と同じさなんて偉そうに言ってくるんだもの。なんか頭にきてね。それじゃあシローも同じよって言ってやったの。それで身の程を知ったかなって思ったのに、ついさっきうちの前で待ち伏せしてたってわけで、悪いけどもうエミヤくんの家で暮らしているから、あんたみたいな半端なマスターと協力する気はないって言ったんだけど。何？もしかしてまずかった？
Anpan no master. That's generally bad. Shinji's very conscious of Tosaka and Osaka, so this is like pouring all into a fire. I see, but I get it now. She only saw Tosaka as the enemy, and well, he kept asking her. In a word, he.
けど不思議よね。シンジのやつ、なんだって私にこだわるのかしら。あいつの性格から言って誰かと協力するなんて考えは浮かばないと思うんだけど。
No, yeah, it's because Osaka Rin is important to Mato Shinji.
不思議でもなんでもない。シンジにとって遠坂は特別なんだと思う。あいつもともと魔術師の家系だったんだろ。なら同じ魔術師の家系でまだちゃんと血を残している遠坂に憧れていたんじゃないかな。
I think Tosaka has been a target for his affections even before the Holy Grail War started.
ちょっとそりゃ好意を持たれるのは嬉しいけど。
It's been a real surprise, Tosaka sense pondering.
ああ、思い出した。そういえば1年の頃、シンジに告白されてたわ、私。
Ah, I forgot about her reaction. Also, I said you just put up.
わあ、道理で懲りずに話しかけてくるはずだ。納得したわ。
Is that a Hewlett Packard t-shirt? Is it? I don't think so. What?
まあいい
I
け
don't
ど。
see. You mean Heavenly Principles t-shirt?
どうしたんだよ。
Heavenly Principles t-shirt, let's go.
ああ、断ったんじゃない？
I think I rejected it.
私、勝負事は先出しじゃないと気が済まないの。やるなら自分からっていうか、相手から勝負を仕掛けられても乗れないっていうか。
He really doesn't remember. Does really live following only her
遠
feelings.
坂、お前じゃんけん弱いだろ。
嘘？なんであんたがそんなこと知ってるのよ。
As I thought. She likes to make the first move, she would be weak against the other move.
それには醤油を使ってくれ、セイバー。間違ってもマヨネーズなんてかけてくれるな。
そうでしたか。いえ、タイガがそちらをかけているので、私もそうするべきなのかと。
藤姉は単に遊んでるだけだ。あんまり参考にならないから以後気をつけるように。
そうでしたか。以前はさくらを参考にしていたので、シローに注意されることはなかったのですが。
いや、別に怒ってるわけじゃない。せっかく作ったんだから美味しく食べてほしいだけだ。で、さっきの話に戻るんだけど。
シロー、おかわり。お味噌汁は具だくさんね。
はいよ。セイバーは今日は昨日よりハードだったからお腹減ってるんじゃないか？
私は特に。ですが念のため、もう一杯いただいておきます。
念のため？
ああ、そうしろそうしろ。夜中に腹が減って眠れず、挙句に冷蔵庫を漁るなんて暴挙に出る。なんて真似をセイバーまでしだしたらショック死しかねない。
ひどい。あれは私じゃないよ。見知らぬ泥棒さんが冷蔵庫を荒らしていっただけだい。
泥棒さん。
じゃあその泥棒に言っとけ。肉ばっかり食うんじゃなくて野菜も取れってな。それと狙いすましたように冷蔵庫のデザートを平らげるなと。まったく飢えた獣じゃあるまいし。
飢えた獣？
なにー？ 私を虎と呼ぶな
呼んでねえって。熱した大根を投げるなと言うんだ、このバカ者。
このバカ者。
シロ、台所の方で鍋が沸騰しているようですが。
藤根、ちょっとたま、火を止めてくれ。
よろしい。鶏肉とゆで卵の醤油煮を早く持ってくるのだ。
了解。じゃあ藤根の相手よろしくな、セイバ
ー。はい、どうぞ慌てずに調理をしてください、シロ。
I get up. Oh yeah. Looks like I've been quiet all this time.
父さか、今日の飯まずいか？
別に何でもないから話しかけないで。
The way suddenly. It's not the kind of drag that thing about changing out is on. Maybe something's irritated her. Dinner ends as usual. Fujine goes home satisfied. Sam Tosaka in the living room. It was an awkward move before, but since I trained to Saber for the past 2 days, it doesn't feel as awkward anymore.
セイバー、もう眠っていていいぞ。あとはこっちでやっとくから。
いいえ、シローが眠るまでは私も起きています。シローの魔術がどれほどの腕なのか、リンから聞きたいところでもありますから。
Magic time!
そうか。なら今日は早めに遠坂の部屋に行こう。構わないよな、遠坂。
ええ、構わないけど。ずいぶんとセイバーと仲良くなったのね、あなた。部屋で待ってるから後片付けが終わったら来て。それと明日からは私も学校を休むから、午後は私のところに来なさいよね。
シロー、リンに何かしたのですか？彼女は怒っているように見えましたが。
怒っているように。
セイバーにもそう見えたか？わからないな。俺、あいつを怒らせるようなことはしてないけど。
No idea why Tosaka was angry.
それじゃあ出始めにこのランプを強化してみて。周りのガラスの強度だけ上げればいいから。
Success rate is below 0.1%. She's angry she didn't get Saber. That is worth being angry about. The race on. Burning metal rod into my backbone. Oh no, he broke it. Must not have been able to control it as I put more than the proper quantity of magical energy to it. As a result, the glass breaks easily. Look at Osaka timidly.
やっぱりそうじゃないかって思ってたんだけど、本当にそうだったか。
そうじゃないかって何がだよ、遠坂。
そんなの決まってるでしょ。あんたの才能のなさに呆れたのよ。そもそも基本がなってない。まったくよくもそんなデタラメな方法で魔力を生成できるもんだって感心するわよ。
デタラメ。
遠坂、もしかして怒ってる？
当たり前じゃない。こんな基本的な問題を抱えたまま鍛錬してきたあんたにも呆れてるし、間違いを正さなかったあんたの死には殺意さえ覚えるわ。
殺意。殺意。Energy being produced, conservation of energy is left the chat. True. True.
なんだってあんたはこんな遠回りなことになってるのよ。
Magic energy does not follow conservation.
言ってることはわからないが、親父の悪口はよせ。 俺に才能がないのは俺の責任なんだから、親父は関係ないだろ。
関係あるわよ。仮にも弟子にしたんなら教え子の道を正すのが師匠じゃない。そりゃもういない人に当たっても仕方がないけど、それにしたってあんたの師匠は初めの手順を間違えているわ。
Like Kirisuku never really taught him stuff, right? Kind of just did whatever. Foreign children treasure. You got several varieties of candy, and the white one being the mint.
シロ、
Yeah, Kirisuku didn't want him to fight, so he didn't really teach him anything. Put out my hand, Tosaka shakes the can and takes out a reddish candy drop.
はい、それ飲んで。
Put it in my mouth as instructed.
甘くない。
Amakunai. There's no taste actually, this feeling feels more like rock than candy. Possibly swallow it down.
いた。食道がヒリヒリするけど、今のは何なんだよ、登坂。
何って宝石に決まってるじゃない。
Is
見て
it
わからな
jewel?
かっ
So I say something outrageous, you just maybe eat a jewel.
宝石ってなんで？
なんだよ。
仕方ないでしょ。薬も用意してきたんだけど、白を矯正するにはそんなものじゃ効かないの。だから一番強いのでスイッチを開くしかないなって。
いや、そういうことじゃなくてだな。なんだって宝石なんか飲ますんだよ、お前は。そんなん消化できるか？
What kind of stupid person like swallows a jewel without knowing? With a towel, you could have known by just eating it.
あ
Tasting
の
it.
ね、不安がるならもっと別のことを不安がりなさい。ただの宝石じゃないんだから。今のはまだ分かってないあなたに無理やり分からせるための矯正装置。そろそろ解き始める頃だから気合い入れてないと気絶するわよ。
Uh-oh.
気絶するわよって何爽やかに物騒な。
Uh-oh. Just as I say that. Uh-oh. Abnormality hits me. Body is burning. Feeling my limbs goes numb. Orthopedic only describes pain enters my back. I'm trying to mind the forehead, squeeze it. I won't be able to stay standing. Boom, boom.
お前、これ。
I know it. I know this feeling. This is a failure. This is the reaction that happens in my body when I fail to construct magic circuit inside me.
大丈夫。苦しいでしょうけど、今の状態を維持していれば少しずつ楽になるわ。もっとも体の熱さだけは 2,3 週間続くだろうけど。
I like how Tosaka is like, oh, by the way, here are the symptoms after you've already ate it. It's like your doctor is saying like, here, take this medicine. And after you take it, oh yeah, by the way, you're gonna feel pain for the next 2 weeks. And you're like, oh. Bro, why you tell me now? Told you shouldn't make the apples? Oh, no way. I want to answer that back, but I don't have the energy to do so. I will do try all my might to save the ending.
いい？魔術師と人間の違いっていうのはスイッチがあるかないかなの。このスイッチっていうのは魔術回路のオンオフだってのはわかるでしょ？
Switchy, okay.
ほら、そこにお湯を沸かせる電気ポットがあるじゃない？魔術師っていうのはそれなの。で、普通の人はお湯は沸かせないけど、お湯を保温できるポットってわけ。
Today's on. Speaking of boiling water, I'm gonna boil water. Give me a sec. Boil water.
似たようで違うものなのよ、私たちは。お湯を沸かすスイッチのあるなしはもう個人ではどうしようもない問題でしょ。 生まれつき、いえ、作られる時に電気ポットか保温瓶か分けられるんだもの。スイッチがない人には一生魔術なんて体験できない。
Interesting.
いい？あなたは素人だけど魔術回路は確かにある。
魔術回路。
つまり適性はあるのよ。だから一度でも魔術回路を体内に作ってしまえば、あとは切り替えるだけでいい。
切り替えるだけだい。
スイッチを押して自分の中でオンとオフを切り替えるだけで魔力はなるわ。
Calm my breathing. The situation won't get any worse if I calm myself down.
魔術回路を作るのは一度だけでいいのよ。だっていうのに、あなたは毎回一から魔術回路を作って自分の中に組み込もうとしている。
Oh, so you're basically like doing it wrongly. Makes sense, makes sense. You don't have to like keep creating the circuit, just use the one that you've already created.
それは無駄なの。一度でも体内に確立したものなら、あとは切り替えるだけでいいんだから。本来ね、魔術回路を成し得たものは次にいつでも切り替えられる鍛錬を受けるのよ。けどあなたの死はそれをしなかった。だから毎回死の危険性を負って魔術回路を作るなんて真似をしてる。
Risking death every time.
いえ、もしかしたらあなたの父親も同じ勘違いをしていたのかもしれないけど。
Did Kimitsugu make that mistake? Rebound. 今ネームストーリーみたい。
ずっと間違って鍛錬してきたあなたのスイッチは閉じている。こうなっちゃうと力技でこじ開けてシロの体にスイッチがあるって分からせなくちゃいけないでしょ。
ウィッチ。
いい？今の宝石はね、そのスイッチを強制的にオンにするものよ。だからシロはずっとそのまま。元の状態に戻りたかったらシロ自身の力でオフにするしかない。それができたのなら、あとは宝石の助けなんていらないわ。以後は比較的簡単な精神の作用で、あなたは魔術回路を操れるようになる。
それは分かったけど。
I do anything but the heat in my body. She talks about the sitch, but what am I supposed to do?
もう喋れるの？はあ、自身のコントロールはうまいんだ。なら思ったより早く元に戻れるかもね。スイッチそのものは今の状態を落ち着けよう、早く楽になろうって体の方で勝手にオフにしてくれるから。あとはそのスピードを自分の意思で速くするだけね。簡単でしょ。
簡単でしょ。
だから
いや、
全然わからない。
全然わからない、遠坂。
スイッチだなんて言われても実感わかないぞ。
わかんないぞ。
今はそうだけど、そのうち明確にイメージできるようになるわ。頭の中にポンってボタンが浮かぶようになるから。あとはそれを切り替えるだけで、とりあえず魔術回路は簡単に開けるようになるわよ。
ポンってボタン。Bro is making tea exactly.
だといいけどな。今はともかく気持ち悪い。
でしょうね。シロ、今まで強化の魔術を使ったらすぐに魔術回路を閉じてたでしょ。今はその逆でずっと魔術回路が開いている状態だもの。いつでも全力疾走しているようなものだから苦しいのは当たり前よ。けど魔術師ならそれぐらいは必須条件なんだから。マスターとして戦うって言うんなら スイッチのオンオフはきっとシローの助けになる。
Switchy no on no off. That's why they call it a magic circuit, because it's an on-off switch. Very
分かって
interesting.
る。不意打ちだったけど遠坂には感謝してる。確かにスイッチなんてものが実感できるようになるなら
Yep.
それはプラスだからな。
Yep, exactly. You're right, Roshi. It's not a switch. It's a switchy. Because it sounds cuter that
分
way.
かってるじゃない。けど感謝される言われなんてないわよ。私は協力者であるあんたが弱いままだと困るから手助けしているだけなんだから。
Yeah, it sounds switchy. All the Japanese English words just sound cute for some reason. Looks like I looked away. Switchy. Because my body is burning blackly. I think that the embarrassed Tosaka is cute.
何よ、人の顔ジロジロ見て。
顔ジロジロ見て。
いや遠坂は素直じゃないなって思っただけだ。
ジロジロ見て。Staringly, scrutinizingly, jiro jiro. And they also have like the best like onomatopoeia words. Jiro jiro. Jiro jiro.
そう、そんな軽口を叩けるなんて余裕あるじゃないエミヤくん。そんなに元気なら続けて教えても大丈夫よね。
He approaches me smiling. Mate. I can barely move my body right now.
それじゃあもう一度強化をしてみて。今のあなたじゃ魔力のコントロールもできないだろうけど、その状態に慣れてもらわないと戦力にならないわ。大丈夫。ランプは山ほど持ってきたし、何十回失敗するかわからないけど、強化が成功するまで休ませてなんてあげないから。
But lots of lamps. Uh-oh. She hands the lamp to me, still barely able to move. Whoa, this is like telling someone with 40-degree fever to walk on a long tightrope.
参ったわ。まさかこっちが先に音を上げることになるなんてね。
That makes me a Claire.
いや面目ない。
面目ない。
私の見通しが甘かった。まさか30個全部壊されるなんて。
全部壊す。全部30。
悪いけど、
Oh no.
今日の鍛錬はこれでおしまいよ。
これでおしまい。
シローの強化を測れる道具がないから。
Nothing to use to measure your strengthening anymore. Yeah. But I did try. I tried how my body does burning like I'm in a boiling kettle. It's just that the strengthening failed in spite of that.
あのさ、ガラスが割れただけなら遠坂直せるだろ。以前うちの窓ガラスを直してくれたじゃないか。
無理。
無理。
あれは普通に破損したものでしょ。こっちはシローの魔力に耐えきれなくなって割れたものだもの。他人の魔力を帯びたものに干渉するのは難しいって覚えておいて。
No, it's hard to affect under the carries magical energy of another.
そうですか。
そうよ。いいからシローは休んでいいわ。今日はスイッチを呼び起こしただけでよしとしましょう。
At least he learned the
コント
switchy
ロールで
today.
きるようになったらこの続きを教えるから。
休んでいいのはありがたいけど、この続きって何を教えてくれるんだ？
シロー強化しかできないんでしょ。前にそれしか使えないって言ってたけど、それならもう少し上級の変化ぐらいまで持っていけるかもしれない。
変化。
強化と変化、それに投影の魔術について教わったことはない？
強化。変化。投影。投影。投影。投影。Projection? 投影。Oh, 投影 like 投影 maybe? Yeah, 投影 projection. It's the same word for like when you're projecting a movie on the screen. 投影。強化、変化、投影。そうだよ。Do you do this for Genshin too? Wait, what do you do this? Do what? A little. Strengthening is used to strengthen something that the word suggests. People tend to think of strengthening as running something energy strengthen. Look out words, yeah. Especially when there's an interesting like word that I've not heard of. I will say it's easier to do it like it's probably easier to do it like in like a VN setting, especially like Fate setting, because they do use more normal words here, whereas like Genshin tend to use like high fantasy type words. How do you do it while dialogue is running in Archon Quest? You just have I just have a different window open. But I don't like look up everything. I only look up like certain keywords that I find interesting. Sometimes the words are just like, you know, random names of stuff and you don't have to look that up. It's not gonna help you. Clouds become sharper, lamps become brighter. Don't need to explain too much for transformation either. For example, you can create a fire for each weapon. That which attaches ability beyond normal effects are called Henka. And Toei, I think, was...
東映ってなんだっけ、トサか。よく親父が言ってた覚えはあるんだけど。
強化と変化は知ってるんでしょ？なら、東映もおのずと想像はつくと思うけど。まあ、要するに物を複製するって魔術よ。
物を複製する。
けど魔力ってのは使い捨てでしょ。
で、服 is to the word for again. 服 there is to create, so recreate. で、
東映で作り上げたものはすぐに消えてしまうのよ。
すぐに消えてしまうんだよ。
10の魔力を使って作り上げた東映の剣と1の魔力で強化させた剣とでは強化の剣の方が強くなる。強化は手を加えるだけでいいから効率がいいってわけ。その点、東映は魔力を使いすぎるからメジャーに使われる魔術じゃないわ。
Use too much magical energy. Magical energy is apparently a unit. Apparently, 10 magical energy and 1 magical energy.
あ、思い出した。そういえば、親父もそんなこと言ってたな。割が合わないからやめろみたいな。
いや、わかんないけど、やめろ。His father was just telling him stop learning magic. It's useless.
そういうこと。さあ、質問が済んだのなら終わりにしましょう。足元もおぼつかないようだし、部屋の前までぐらいは送っていってあげるから。
魔力。That would be interesting though. If you could come up with a name for a magical unit, what would it be? GUs, gauge units. They were waiting for me at the doorway. Mana, 1 mana, 2 mana. I could see MP, but mana also sounds a bit weird. 3 MP, mana points.
お疲れ様でした。二人とも。
I definitely think like the word mana comes from like etymology here. Let me see. Etymology, mana. I want to say it's like oh, interesting. Mana is actually Polynesian. Very cool. Mana is the spiritual life energy in Melanesian and Polynesian cultures. Very interesting. I didn't think it would be from Polynesia, but yeah. I'm guessing the Ayurvedic one is called prana, is what they call it. Yeah. In Indian martial arts they call it prana. And then in Chinese martial arts we call it ki, I believe. Or chi or qi, because they can't pronounce T properly. So T is like the force, kind of. Sounds like Sanskrit. I was close. It's all super interesting. I think we all have like different cultures have like different word for like spiritual or like magical energy. Super fascinating. Yeah, I think Eastern cultures is like called Qi or like some kind of key. That's what it's called. The Indians call it prana. Mana looks like it's Polynesian. I wonder what the Native Americans version of he is. I wonder what they would have called it. Pretty sure they would have an award for it. It'd be interesting. Don't even have the energy to respond. Answer just a nod and enter my room.
シローはどうですかリン。
ダメ。
ダメ。
すっごくダメ。あいつ才能ないわ。
一切もないわ。すごくダメ。Merciless statement just like Tosaka. Looking up again at the night sky. Didn't remember I felt uneasy about Saber. I'm just feeling the night wind, finding my burning body and things Tosaka taught me impossible to
し
manage.
かしスイッチとやらが本当に使いこなせるようになったらあとは手順の問題だ。一番簡単な強化をあんなに失敗するようじゃ先が思いやられるな。
The moment I started to put my magical energy into the plank that I brought out from the shed. Cracking sound. Strengthening field as I expected, and the wood has a crack in it.
中の構造まで見えてるのにどうしてこう魔力の制御ができないんだろう。
Rather say I was training too much. Should I say I'm finding a small amount of magical energies, I just think about enforcing the weak spots in the object. And should I mean I should ease up a bit?
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるけどな。
言わなくても分かってるだな。Problem is I don't have any way to ease up. It'd be great if there was one good way to relax and... Footsteps seem to sleep the night. Oh no, bad guy, bad guy! President Rudy approached me for the second time.
なんだよ。お前に用なんてないぞ、俺は。
Oh, this is Archer, alright.
それは私も同じだ。だが、リンが気に病んでいるようなのでな。見るに見かねたというやつだ。
見かねた。We're playing with staring at Archer. Archer picks up the pen if he's interested in it.
強化の魔術か。にしても、ひどい出来だ。
ひどい劇だ。
どうせ半人前だよ。お前のマスターの手を煩わせて悪かったなってんだ。
いや、そうではない。これに関しては、リンも間違えている。
それはどういう。
元からあるものに手を加える。それは高望みしすぎだ。そんなことができるほど、お前は器用ではあるまい。
言わでもあるまい。Think why he likes him, letting him, but he's so quiet I can't answer. Sure, I have one skill and it's my fault that I cannot succeed at magic. There's no good taking out this guy.
どうした？昨夜ほどの元気はないか？
うるさい。お前の言う通りだから黙っただけだ。俺が未熟なのが一方的に悪いんだからな。
I look away. I don't know how he took it.
お前はある意味、死に恵まれていないのかもしれないな。
そんなことないぞ。親父も父坂も教え方はうまいんだから。覚えが悪いのは俺の方だろう。
だからだ。お前相手にはな、何も分かっていない魔術師の方がうまく作用する。
Blame the teacher, not the student.
天才には凡人の悩みは分からない。リンは優等生すぎるから、落ちこぼれであるお前の間違いに気がつかないのだ。
I don't get what Archer wants to say. I don't get it, but good guess from his words.
よくわかんないけど、つまりお前、俺に喧嘩売ってるのか？
喧嘩。It's okay right now for your charge.
それも間違いだ。エミやシロは格闘には向かない。
どう見ようかな。
お前の戦いは精神の戦い。己との戦いであるべきだからだ。
己の戦いか。
魔術師の戦いは精神戦だって言うんだろう。そんなの分かってる。それでも戦うなら殴り合うしかないじゃないか。
まったく。これではセイバーも苦労しよう。
Hunter looks down at me seriously. His eyes have seen me for real dejection and anger.
一度しか言わんからよく聞け。
よく聞け。
いいか。戦いになれば、エミやシローに勝ち目などない。
勝ち目などない。勝ち目などない。勝ち目。勝ち目。Chance of success. Odds. Why is it called 勝ち目though? 勝ち目. Huh. Is there another meaning for me? 勝ち目. Thoughts. I guess that's what it means. 勝ち目.
お前のスキルでは何をやってもサーバントには通じない。
通じない。Something Saber said to me. No matter what kind of class you have, Archer has no chance of victory in battle. Does Archer at this point know that he's Shiro? He should, right? So why is he saying that his own power is useless? Interesting. I think he always knew, but then why is he saying this?
せめてイメージしろ。現実で叶わない相手なら想像の中で勝て。
With an opponent you cannot match in real life, beat it in your imagination. Ah, okay. So I think maybe he's like trying to teach him to use the projection better or something. I don't know.
自身が勝てないのなら勝てるものを幻想しろ。
勝てるものを幻想しろ。That makes sense. 勝てるものを幻想しろ。Come up with something that can beat.
所詮、お前にできることなどそれぐらいしかないのだから。
A stick! I don't know why, but it feels like Archer's words naturally passing to me. Should not forget those words. I think this is why this man is saying something that should never be forgotten.
どうかしているな。殺すべき相手に助言をするなど。どうやら私にも凛の甘さが映ったようだ。
I mean, at some point, I think Shiro projects Excalibur, right? Doesn't he? Or maybe not. I don't remember if he actually does try to project Excalibur. Archer disappears suddenly. Archer was just supposed to keep watch. I bet he jumped back from the roof for keeping watch. Against Berserker? Oh, maybe he did. I don't remember. Yeah, maybe. I don't. Maybe I'm deluded. I don't remember, but I feel like that happened. I don't know when though. I can't pinpoint whether. Like, I think there was a point in time like maybe Excalibur got broken or something, and then like he basically reprojects Excalibur, which would be epic. I don't remember when though. I don't know if this is actually true or not. I might be misremembering here. Is this Mandela effect?
あいつ。
なんだあいつ。Compare the guy that disappeared. There's no reply. Ruminating on what I think I feel a core in the hair on my burning body. Alright, we are at 2-8, guys. Let's go. We're gonna go ahead and save. We're still alive, guys. We only died once in this playthrough so far. Against Berserker. But yeah, we are gonna go ahead and call it here. We will see you guys next week. Sorry, today we only had 1 day of stream today, but we did go a bit longer today, I guess. We're gonna go ahead and raid out Lucky. Appreciate y'all being here. But she says short stream ain't no way. It's not a short stream. I've been live for what? How long have I been live for actually? Pretty long. 5 hours ish. Wow. Appreciate you guys being here, Rem, Brushy, for being around, GG as well for chatting, being in the chat. Appreciate y'all being here. We'll be back again next week. Next week is also, I think Lucky is doing a special birthday celebration set of streams, so make sure to tune in. And yeah, the rest of the week I'm gonna still try to level up Yanfei and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, this has been Saber Stream. Appreciate y'all being here. We will continue our Fate series at some point At some point, I think next week we'll probably have to do the event. I don't think the event will be as long as the Archon Quest, probably just 3 hours, so that should be fine. And I think next week is probably also Imaginarium reset, I think. Maybe on the Sunday. So I think we will be able to do Visionary in that one. Since now we have a few new characters, so hopefully I can level them up enough for that. Alright, take care guys. We're gonna say hi to Lucky. Bye bye.